right, here we go. All right, let's see exactly who comes in. Oh, geez, that was an ordeal. Holy shit, that wasn't fun. All right, so this is 12:25 p.m. on the 29th of August. And let's see exactly how many people can join the stream. Earlier, we hit around 20 or 15. I think this is 15. The last one was 15. And in the morning, we reached 20. So we know that at around 6 o'clock in the morning is the peak for lives. And let's see exactly how many people join us this time. Let's see, you know, how many concurrent views we can have. So just testing. So I'm gonna browse around and see exactly what we have here. Most admired country in 2025 is Canada. Mm. Rare golden penguin is in long. Nice. Okay, penguin. It's gold. Shows control. This. Okay. No one. And this is public. So interesting. Right. So this is almost a chapter. Okay. Mm. Wow. S2000. I call this. That's fucking nuts. Huh? No one. Hmm. Shop Plugger Flex Limited. What was that? WhatsApp notification. Okay. Hello. Who is there? Just checking to see how many of my subscribers are here. I'm not too sure. Now there's two. Okay. Say hello. Who's there? Um, 3 minutes in, people join. What's up, guys? Uh, who is there actually? Are you subscribers or what? Nothing particularly talk about here. Just wanted to see um, which subscribers are on. Mm, I'm gonna turn this on. Okay, guys, who is on? Who's watching? Because there's no chat, I wouldn't know. Ask a question, guys. Fishing related question. Uh, Hi guys, who's on? Please say something. James, what's up, James? So there's four people now. There used to be three, and you know, no one's talking. So I was like, "What?" You did say you were gonna come back, right? That was you, right, James? I tried to be on as soon as I came back, but it was so weird. No one was around. So, and it was for a few minutes, and then when I actually switched back, it logged me off. And when it locked me off, it took me a while to actually get back in. It was insane, man. It was crazy. It was weird. It was one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me. Hold on, let me return the reels. What is this crap? Fishing with them. Okay, let me return the reels because they're cluttering the desk. Five people now. Yeah, I just wonder who they are. No one's talking. Six now. No one's talking though. So okay, so the plan is okay. I'm experimenting, guys. Sorry, I'm shy, Maki. Shy my butt. Nice intro though. So I almost missed the gate. Luckily, yeah, I'm back, Ron. I went to pick up my daughter and I was kind of late, right? And then luckily, she was standing around the gate. So when I actually told the guard that I was looking for her, I'm there to pick her up. She was close by, so came out real fast. But otherwise, they would have closed the gate, and I would have gone to the main gate and picked her up from there, which would have been more difficult. Luckily, we were able to do it. Um, it is 12:33 p.m. in the UAE. So yeah, we got lucky there. Um, anyway, I'm gonna have to figure out a time for Peter, and I think it'll be like really early here in the UAE. So, because if I do that, people in Hawaii would be able to, or people in the states in general, would be able to join in. You know, as there were a lot of people that actually uh, were online last time when I logged in at about 6. So if I went earlier, there'd be people from Hawaii, definitely people from Australia, and the types of questions that I'm going to be asking him is more on, uh, well, I know that there are going to be a lot of technical questions, or who knows, maybe that there might be some big game guys mixed in. Not too sure, but definitely there will be a lot of historical stuff. Talking about the FG previously, have you uploaded an FG knot tutorial? There's actually about two or so FG tutorials on how I actually make my FGs. So there's about um, two videos that show how I do my FGs. So yeah, there's a couple in the channel. Um, Essentially, they're showing exactly how I do them, and they're kind of different because I do them really really tight, really really tight, and because when I first started tying the FG and the PR, um, and I do the same with the PR as well, you know, um, they were loose. And the normal convention when you're tying these knots is that you're coming in kind of loose, and then at the very end, that's when you tighten. But I've learned over the years that I kind of suck when it comes to that, and I'm a bit dyslexic. So to avoid mistakes, which I had a lot of, um, I tighten from the start. So
like take for example, I use these kinds of bobbins, right? And I not these, but I mean, the for the PR bobbin, and I crank them really tight, so that when I do my first loop, it already changes color. It goes transparent, and it's very difficult to actually turn it and move it forward, you know, or in this case, actually backwards, because you're starting from the front and going towards the back, right? And when it wraps, it's already transparent, right? So it avoids a lot of the screw ups. And I know that when I do my half hitches or my risotto, at the very end, the front is super tight. And it's the same with my FGs. Now, when you do this, you're able to get away with a much shorter, slimmer profile FG or PR, right? Um, and man, I've caught like what, 85 kilo tuna on them. So quite confident, as far as that is concerned. But the most important thing there is really you have to put the pressure uh, on your first wrap up until you reach the end. Um, and the people that I've taught doing this have actually done well as well. So when you're casting, you have a short section FG or PR. It goes through the guides easier. So the transition, I mean, up to a point where I actually don't use a transition leader for most of it. Can we discuss briefly the two leader system? I watched the video, but I was tired and didn't grasp much. So basically, the transition leaders, you mean? The two leader system? You mean the transition leader, right? Um, I'll give you guys a tip. Uh, yes. Okay. So the transition leader, basically, it does two things. It's a thicker section braid. It's a thicker section braid before your main leader. So, like, take for example, you're using a 100-pound test and you're using like really thin line. So let's say 50-pound or PE5. PE5 mono, and then you have your 100-pound test. So the transition between PE5 and 100 is actually quite great. So if you put a section of thicker braid, let's say that is like half the diameter of the 100. Okay, so you're looking at what, PE10 or something like that. Uh, yeah, around there. So what happens is that when you cast, the the transition between the thick leader and the thinner leader and your main line gives you a very smooth cast. Whereas if you just put your leader and then your braid, it kind of slaps around. Okay, so that's one. And then there are times when you cast that the line actually whips around the guide. Okay, so that happens with a transition leader. That's diminished. Okay, also uh, the the mono or the leader and then the braid connection, it hinges right when you're casting, and what happens is it usually hits the guides, and when it hits the guide, it damages the line just at the back of your knot, because that's the part that actually whips around, and the section immediately after that gets damaged. That happens after like uh, a few casts and stuff. So a transition leader actually helps when for the casting and going out. It's nothing new. It's really nothing new because um, this is literally what's called the shock leader in surf casting. And if you go to the surf casting community, you actually find a lot of variations for something like this. The only difference is that it's made of braid instead of mono, and basically what happens there is that your mono tapers into a smaller piece of braid, and then it tapers to your main line. So if you look at it, it's actually like a fly fishing leader, but in reverse, right? So that's all it is. How much length would you recommend for the second leader? Same length as the first leader? Um, Rod length, at least about a rod length. I do like a short section for me personally, um, but about a rod length. would be what do you call this? Would be nominal. Okay, and use soft braid. Uh, I use like an assist cord, because I can get it cheap, right? There's actually stiff assist cords and there are soft assist cords. Um, yeah, but do a rod length, because what it is basically it has to wrap around your spool, right? And then when you cast, the object is for that to actually take the punishment more than your braid. And a rod length would be your rod length. So I use an 8 foot rod. An 8 foot section would be good. Any longer than that and it also becomes kind of difficult, so it's also good if you're using a shorter leader. Okay, main leader. So like take for example your main leader would be like an arm and a half, or about shorter than your rod length, let's say. And then your transition leader would be the one that's going in and out of your rod the most, so yeah. But I mean, honestly, um majority of the time I don't use it. I'll be totally honest with you guys, and it works out better for me. Now if there's damage at the back of my line, guess what, I'll just cut it. Having this is another thing to think about. You know what I mean? Like if you actually tie your knots really well and short, you don't get as much of the slap anyway. Okay, and most of the time I'm actually using really long leaders. So let's say for my main casting on PE6, my leader's about what, 50, most of the time. And then I'm using PE3. So you know I mean, having a transition leader there is all good and everything. It's just that it's another set of knots to worry about, and for me I'd rather have one knot to worry about than three. uh no, you don't change the transition leader a lot. um you don't. It doesn't really sustain that much damage. The one that you change is actually the one in front. So your main leader is the one that you change a lot. So, but again, for me, I use a very long piece of 50-pound test, um, and mono as well. So it's actually quite flexible, you know. Um, and most of the time, I mean, I've known of these things for a really long time, right? Uh, I've never really felt the need to actually have one. There are some instances where I actually use them when the variance of my main and my what do you call this, my braid is super big. That's when I actually you know use it. But I mostly use uh, thin leaders as much as I can get away with. you know so like take for example on my PE3 I use 50. If I can use 40, I've actually used 40 more for my PE3 casting setup. And I catch a lot of tuna with that thing. You know, Dorado tuna, all that, longtails and yellowfin. As the last trip was actually yellowfin. The biggest yellowfin was actually caught on that combo, and I didn't use a transition leader then. You know, because the leader I used 40, and it wasn't slapping that much. So um, no need, right? And also remember, I tie like super compact FGs, so no problem. If I was to use thicker leaders, then I would put on a transition leader. But most of the time, even when I'm shore jigging, you know, I believe, like, especially in shore jigging, um, it's visible, dude. It's visible. So I'd rather use a long leader than having a transition leader on my system. That's how I approach it. But I have to make that video and show you guys because that some people might find it useful for you know for their areas and stuff. But for me, uh, yeah, I recently bought a Daiwa rod for jigging. The small guides are really something to get you. Yeah, man. I mean, these are all very specialized rods, you know. Um, like the hut actually has like small guides. Even the deep liner, So slow jigging rods generally have smaller guides than say. I had an ugly stick jigging rod. I gave it to my cousin, and he still uses it, and it worked fine. It was a fast jigging rod, um, kind of heavy, and obviously it's like more on the fiberglass side, so it's a bit more flexible. But since he has a bad shoulder, it works for him. You know, it's a bit easier on his body, but yeah, for me it wasn't too good. It's like the Van Staal jigging rod before. They actually attempted to do like a fast jigging rod. And the funny thing is that they don't have an idea of what a fast jigging rod should be. So, you know, it was weird. But for smaller, like take for example, like the weird ass what do you call this? The weird ass tuna that we get like last week or when was it? 2 days ago when we went, when you're using like 150 grams and stuff, that rod would have been nice. That rod would have been nice for fish that size. So it still has some use. But then you know, um, like I have a rod here from Abu Garcia. Um, it's rated for like 300, I think. Let me get it. So this ocean field, you know, this ocean field, um, it's rated for 300 PE4. But man, I'm not gonna use this for PE4. It's a it's PE3, and I use a 6,000. What do you call this? A 6,000 Stradic SW on this, and I only use it for up to 100, 150. Probably if I max it out, it'd be like 200 grams. And it works really well. If you put a 300 gram on this, it's not going to move well, but you put 150, holy crap, it's perfect. So yeah, I mean, there are rods that are rated like that and are not really, what do you call this? But this is like super cheap, man. Super cheap. And it's actually pretty good. So for Faisal's rod, what he was using, compared to this, and look, the guides are actually bigger than normal. But super nice rod for the price. I got it for like 500 dirhams, so like about $150, and it's punching above its weight. So that's pretty cool. Um, but James, you know what? Um, I think you're in the States, right? You're in the States, James. uh, Pickings in the States are actually quite what do you call this? I'd rather that people there get Daiwas and Shimano's than like those weird brands, you know. So unfortunately for the States, it's just like that. Um, San Francisco, yeah. So unfortunately for you guys, when it comes to rods, the easiest, closest thing that you could get would be like Daiwa and Shimano, you know um to get like the right actions and stuff. And it's that's even a wild card, so like take for example, like okay, so like take for example, the Daiwa Harrier isn't really a Daiwa Japan rod. So that's kind of dangerous when I honestly believe that if you save up a little bit, you'd be able to get a decent rod. Like take for example, Game Type J. Okay. uh that gets you in the correct realm, you know. But these brands like Daiwa, and this is what I don't like about Daiwa. Okay, and to tell you honestly, in each of the regions that they're in, they actually try to create products to sell within that market, and they're not that good. So even if it's branded Daiwa, the quality isn't up to par with the brand, and it's such a shame. But what they do is just that so that they would be able to sell. So in which case, I'd like encourage you to actually look at other brands like say Major Craft. And Major Craft have some decent rods, and I understand that in America, the Major Craft actually goes into uh, sale. You know, Horacio, hola from Azores, Portugal. One of the places where I want to go to fish big game. So you have a terrific fishery there, man. Azores. So how do you say it in Portuguese? Azores? Because in English we say Azores, right? I mean, this is what how the Americans say it. So how do you actually say it in Portuguese? Is that how is that how you pronounce it? Azores. Okay, let me run that on Google Translate actually. Uh, okay, let me copy this. So it's Azores then. Okay, that's how you say it, huh? Uh, okay. What did I? It actually like what the hell? Uh, okay, there we go. Azores. Okay, so that I was right. Um, ever tried an impersonation squid fly? Um, I tied squid flies before. It's what I used to actually catch dorado, like dolphin fish. So, if that's what you're asking, James, yes, I've tied all sorts of crap, man. Um, because I tie my own flies, and I've never bought a single fly in my life. So all the flies that I have were either given to me or tied. I live in a small island, Santa Maria. Wow. Is it any? Is the fishing good there, Horacio? There are a lot of squid flies, James. You just Google it, and there's some mind-blowing squid flies around. It's crazy. Which line of major craft do you like for saltwater? Giant killing. Giant killing. That's it. Giant killing. Um, I've used cross stage, but the best that they have is like giant killing. So I've used like well, most of the jigging rods that I have are actually, if not all, are all giant killing. So and they're not that bad, price wise. So go straight to giant killing, man. Especially the 5G. Holy crap, they're very good. What do you catch in your island, Horacio? In Santa Maria? Mackie. In the states, they don't have the whole range. Okay, and I'm wishing that maybe down the line they would actually, get the best models in the U.S. But that's not Japan's call. That's actually the U.S. call. So as far as that is concerned, you know, um, hopefully they'd be able to do that down the line. There's I forget which one I have, but for fast jigging, there's one rod that I have. It's a giant killing, and it's very light. Paired up with my Studio Ocean Mark and PE4. Man, it's really good. It's light and it's really good. Best tasting fish in the UAE, in your opinion? Ah, flounder. Flounder that I catch in the winter in Fujairah. I think for me, it's of all the fish that I've caught here and have eaten, that would be it. Uh, the longtail is not as good. The yellowfin is kind of bland. Um, but they're all right after aging it. But the flounder, it's hard to beat, man. Flounder in the winter time, it's very good. It's just that it's not easy to catch them, dude. Especially when you're shore jigging for them, they're not the easiest to hit. They could be mouthing your freaking jig, and when you set the hook, they're not there. So it's kind of annoying. You have to have the timing. Um, I've caught 50 in 2 hours at one point, and then my friend who's standing beside me can't get a hit. So even if I was already asking him to cast where I'm casting and stuff, it's just the timing to hook them is not so easy. Um, but yeah, I mean they're the best tasting fish in the UAE in my opinion. It's just that you don't really get to catch them a lot, you know. So that, and then kochi, what's that? Flathead as well. Done much halibut fishing here from shore. Rarely catch them. Yeah, man. Again, halibut, flounder. No, I use the Major Craft 10 gram. They're not that big. Probably a kilo, kilo and a half at the very most. And then you'll find that they already have eggs at that size. So you know that they're mature. So yeah, like 10-gram Major Craft jig para, it works on them. Um, they would either bite the pink or the silver one and nothing else. And also not the slim version but the wide ones. That's it. But man, it's so hard to beat those. Followed by the flatheads, and the flatheads would eat like bigger jigs, and they get bigger too, like 3-4 kilo flatheads, also swimming around the same waters as the flounder, and they fight well. Tuna, all species, grouper, snapper, amberjack, just to name a few. Wow, that's heaven. I mean, can you actually catch tuna from shore, Horacio? White color anywhere, actually, James. So far, by the way, I haven't really caught them on soft plastic. Most of it's like metal jigs, which is weird, because normally, even in the Philippines, I used to catch the on soft plastics, but here I haven't really caught. I caught them on accident, okay, but consistency, no. It's like metal jigs. That's why even the guys over at Japan, when they saw like, oh, you're catching um hirame, and they were like, those are not easy to catch even here. And then when I told them that I was catching them on jigs, they were tripping. They were like, what? They're hard to hook. Oh yeah, but normally a white grub would work on them. But here, for some weird reason, that's actually white grubs, white and yellow. I've used them on spec rigs, like two jigs like that. And nope, I use them singly. I use them like as spec rigs. Nothing. I don't know why. It's so weird. But on the jigs, we had more success. It's either you catch them or you don't. That's the thing there. So yeah, nothing there, unfortunately. And it's also been quite a few winters since I've last fished for them. So hopefully this winter time I'd be able to fish for them. Um, and there's still some places where it's open. Hopefully we'd be able to go in and fish for them. I don't think so. At least it never happened that I know. Oh, okay. Because in some places, in some islands, Horatio, Japan, and there's uh, the Falklands, they catch tuna from shore, and also even here in the UAE, I almost it was like this close to me catching like a long tail tuna from shore, but that was like, I guess if I did that, it was a once in a lifetime thing, because now when I went back to the beach, it was, it's too crowded. But there was one time when in the summertime too, like at the peak of the heat, and then we were seeing tuna surfing from the beach, also sharks. So um, I missed that. I missed that chance. If I actually had a lure on, see, here was the mistake, right? I had a lure rigged up, and when we dropped, when we stopped at the place and I casted out, I snagged, and then I didn't rig another lure on the rod. I took another rod and actually started casting, and that rod couldn't reach the tuna. And if I had a longer rod, which I was testing at that time, I would have actually, casted far enough for the tuna to notice. But yeah, too bad I lost the chance. But it would have been nice to actually catch a long tail from shore here. That's why whenever people say that they have tuna in their place and they live in an island, they always think of like, hey, maybe there's a shot. But going to the Falklands or going to Japan to do all of this, it's kind of difficult, right? Japan might be a bit more realistic than the Falklands. I have a friend who went to the Falklands and caught tuna though. So my what do you call this? My Instagram is showing me a lot of interesting things. Jeez. Travel rod fishing. Wow. Greetings from Taiwan. Ni hao. Would you recommend getting a 21 Spheros SW 6000 HE for shore jigging, mahi, and amberjack? You know what? If you're getting a Spheros, might as well get a Stradic. You know, spend a little bit more and get a backed. What's up? Nice day. So, travel rod fishing. Okay, spend a bit more and get a Stradic more than a Spheros. Okay, I have the 6,000 Spheros. Um, or is it a 5,000? I'm not too sure, but 5,000 or 6,000. But seriously, uh, it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. 24 or whatever. Get a Stradic. It's really basically a Spheros with better bearings. It's just a Spheros. Really, the Stradic and the Spheros are one and the same reel. It has a different color and it has more bearings, but you'll need those bearings, and they're worth it. I've got tuna very close to coast, but I fish on a boat. Yeah, Azores, man, very hard to beat when it comes to fishing. It's really nice. Going to tune in from cell phone, but won't be able to comment for a little, but I'm listening. James, you're funny, man. Yeah. So, um, you know, uh, it's a funny thing with reels. Okay. Now, if you know how to tinker with reels, you can get a spheros, and then you can modify it by putting more bearings. Okay. Now, if if you know how to tinker with reels, you can do that. Otherwise, just buy a Stradic. Okay, but yeah, I mean, hands down, a Stradic is way better than a Spheros in any year model. If a blank isn't straight when look down the guides, does it affect the performance? Um, well, it depends if it's splined correctly. even if it has a slight bend, or even if the guides are not aligned 100%, just as long as the guides are placed on the spline correctly, you'll have like good action. Otherwise, it'll like twist. It will pronounce the twist. So you know, uh, that's those are the types of things that you actually need to look at when you're buying the rod. Remember, you're buying the rod full price, right? Have you managed to hold the new Saltiga or Stella SW? Which one would you go for? Like the new ones, I'd go for the Saltiga. Yeah, I've held and I've compared. So for the new iteration, like right now, 2025, go with the Saltiga. Um, I think the Saltiga has overtaken or have been better for like 3 generations now. Three model changes. I think the Saltiga has actually been doing well. Would you call it a defect even if it's spine correct? Oh yeah. Well, if the blank is crooked, they that's a QC issue, right? Why have they actually allowed it to be sold? You know. So yeah, it should be a quality control issue. And if the blank is crooked, you know, and you haven't checked it, yeah, man, I mean, even if you go to the shop and tell them like, look, why is the blank crooked? I didn't notice it. They're liable to actually change it, yeah, because you, you, they can't deny that the blank is actually crooked. What are you supposed to do? Bend it so that it's crooked? You know what I mean? So I don't know if you bought it in a shop or it was given to you or whatever, but if you returned it, maybe maybe they'll replace it. Basically, that's kind of weird that you have a crooked rod. You can't do it yourself, so that's a quality control issue. I would like to hear your opinion on the Daiwa Certate reel. Can I use it for jigging? Certate, um, Certates that I am familiar with are actually light tackle reels. So I wouldn't use certates for jigging. At least the certates that I have personally held, because a certate is not a cheap reel, yeah, but it's like the ones that I know are light tackle reels. So I don't know if they make certates that are heavy duty, but it depends on what type of jigging that you're doing. So like take for example, if you're light jigging, look, uh, I'm not too familiar with Daiwa reels. Okay, the certates that I've actually used before were like 3,000, 4,000 size, and those reels, if I short jig with them, would be okay. Both jigging, light jigging, but not the heavy stuff. I wouldn't actually use it if I'm fishing for tuna. I often find a lot of blanks that are not straight. Um, yeah, dude. So all you have to do is not buy them, because obviously those might be rejects. Um, I wouldn't. If you're buying them, if you're spending money on something, why would you buy something that's like, I have a 6,000 size. Oh, okay. So maybe you can, man. I'm sorry, Russia, but I'm not really familiar with Daiwa. The Daiwas that I'm familiar with are some overheads, um, and Saltigas and Catalinas. So those are the ones that I'm familiar with because it's not my gear. It's actually my friend's gear. For the light tackle, I have for myself. I've actually had like uh, what's this? Um, Caldea. You know. So I'm familiar with those, but other than that, not really. Even with Mad in Japan graphite. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but what I'm saying is, if it's crooked, then it's a QC issue, and they shouldn't be sold. So more than likely, whoever's selling them, it's like it might be what is it? You know, are you getting it at the bargain or what? So that's kind of the thing. But I mean, for me, most of the time when I buy rods, I check everything, right? Because you're buying, even if it was given to me, I'd check it, right? At the end of the day, you have every right, you know, like each and every single one. Like when I buy, especially when I buy, I check everything. And then um, the guys over at the shop in Barracuda also check the guides to see if there's, uh, you know, glass. That's why tissue, you just run it through the guides, see if there's stuff that actually hang. That's when you know that there's something wrong with the guides. But yeah, man, I mean, um, just don't, especially when you're buying. It's kind of weird for them to actually sell rods that are crooked, you know. And if there's a lot of rods that are crooked within a certain brand, just don't buy the brand. Look for something else. Shop owners will tell you anything for them to sell, because if they don't tell you that, how are they going to sell, right? And guess what? A lot of these shops, they actually choose to buy seconds. So those are the ones that with the defects and everything, because that's where they earn. So some shops do that. Um, Now, for shops like the ones here in the UAE that have customers that are very, they're complainers, for like the little things. So they don't do that. Even if there's a sale, they say that, hey, we have seconds and all this. The owner just says no, give me the best. They don't go on sale, right? They don't go on sale, but it's guaranteed that whatever you're getting is like top notch, like the best possible. What do you call this? How's that combo going for him? Yeah, he's using it regularly. He loves it. You know, uh, like for some brands, okay, I'm not saying all. For some brands, what they do is they have like, look, even Avid does it, right? Even Avid sell blemished models. That's why you go to eBay and then you type blem, BLEM, Avid, and then you'll find that there are a lot like blemished models. It could be that the anodizing, mostly it is the anodizing is not too good. It could be that it's instead of like a nice pink, it actually turns out like very light pink, and it's not the type of pink that they're selling. So that's a blemished reel. So they sell that to people. They sell that. There are companies that actually buy that. And those are essentially rejects. Rods are the same thing. So, like, take for example, there's a company that liquidates like these rods, that they're blemished rods. Dude, I know of companies that actually buy these things. There's a shop here in the UAE that snipes all the rejects of like a very big brand, because he has access to like you know a list. uh Basically he has access to a list every time there's overstocks, um what do you call this, production errors and stuff like that. He buys them and he sells them. So you'll find that he has stock of something like this, and then when you look, there's like a little bit of blemish, or the packaging is broken and stuff like that. So yeah, there's options for dealers for shit like this. I found a ripple fisher big tuna rod with poor epoxy finishing in a shop in Japan. Yeah, it could happen. Again, like I said, there are options like this. It's not open to the public, but there are shops that do this, and then the shops also offer to repair it. So like, take for example this shop in Japan, poor epoxy finishing. You tell them like, re-epoxy it for me. They'll sand it down, you know so that they can apply epoxy on top of the shoddy epoxy, and you'll pay like a small fee, and then you'll have a nice rod. So yeah, there's that. but you don't really see it out in the open, you know. So um, yeah, it's like that. You don't see it in the open, pretty much. There are some that actually get into that option. There are some brands that would not be caught where stuff like this, they destroy the shit. And basically what they do is they take off the guides. They take off the guides, they break the rod and then take off the components that they could reuse, and then they reuse it. So for very good companies, they do this. And that's why some rod companies actually price the rods quite high because of that sort of thing. However, there's also inside jobs where people from that actually take the rods, hide it, and then sell it, you know, so that they can make money off of it. So yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, those people should be fired. But it's very difficult to actually find those as well. But yeah, that happens, man. Not gonna lie. Even jigs, you know, there's one guy who messaged me. You know what? I found like my Patreon, and it's I didn't know that people were actually like messaging me there. And there was this guy who actually said like he had a problem with mustad jigs, right? Um, and then he said they were all bending and shit. But mustad jigs are not like made in Japan, you know. So they're not really putting what do you call this, like antimony or tin. Anyway, so that's that. Is there a foolproof way to get the best QC batch for? Okay, so for reels, I've mentioned this earlier. You buy the reel at the very end of its life cycle for the year model. Okay, so like take for example, all of my 2015 ish Stellas are actually bought from a batch that was the last production run, and those are the perfect versions of that, of those reels. The rods, um, again, when a product is first introduced, I really don't buy it, but it's a good time for you to actually check if it's nice or not, so you get to hold it and stuff like that, but don't buy it uh, in the second or third production run. That's when I buy the things, and by then they would have received feedback on the first batch. If there's errors, they will actually correct it on the second and third batch. So normally when I buy rods, I wait for second, third iteration. But again, it's still best to get them at the very end of the life cycle for that particular model, because at the end of the day, those will be the best versions. Because just before they actually manufacture newer models, they would have corrected all the faults, you know, according to how the dealers actually tell them that there's this, uh, errors, feedback, and stuff like that. So yeah, always, even with cars, don't want to be the kind of customer to be checking and choosing amongst 10 pieces. I do that. I do that. Um, Look, man. Um, for this is why it's Daiwa and Shimano are good. You know what I mean? Because if there's feedback from their dealer network that says that there's something wrong with this, they'll fix it, and they'll usually fix it in the batch. And then um, if warranty issues or warranty service is actually good in your country, you can return them, and the official guys will actually, you know, do the correct thing. Like take for example, swap out the bad bearings and stuff like that, and then they'll give it to you like how the current model with the production issues fixed. That's why it's always good to buy from official dealers. Okay? This is what I always tell people. Like here's a story. There's a guy that buys from Digitaka, right? And then he asked me that maybe I could help. But then I told him like, listen, because the rod broke, and I said like, man, you have to talk to Digitaka, because that's actually a dealer function. So you can't really go through the official dealer and you bought it somewhere, you know. But if he bought the rod in the official dealer here, then he would have had, that dealer take care. But sometimes it's worth Hello, Abdul. Sometimes it's actually worth buying a bit more expensive so that when things like these happen, you're protected. How would you able to differentiate the batches? It's very hard unless you're actually chummy with the someone from the brand. For me, I would obviously know because the guys that I'm getting my reels from is like the official Shimano distributor, right? So I could just ask them like, hey, you know, and then it's sorted. But yeah, that's actually something. So like take for example, um, if you look at the cycle for what do you call this for the Stella, it's actually about 5 years before they switch from one model to another. So 2020, 2025, right? So you buy the 2020 model in 2024. There we go. That would ensure. Do they have a batch code? Yes. You can see it in the box. But literally, if you buy it at 2024 and they plan to change the model at 2025, then that would be towards the end of the life cycle of the product. And that's how I usually do it. You know what I mean? So, like, take for example, if I wanted to buy a Stella 2020 model, I would actually wait to 2024 to buy that Stella. That way, I know that it's the best ever that the what do you call this? The batch has to offer, and all the kinks have been sorted. Then they probably sorted it out in 2023. You know what I mean? It's just that I know that in 2024, the 2020 model would be at its peak as far as everything is concerned. So that's why for me, my reels, what is it? 2015. I'm not ready to change them. You know, it's like I know that they're going to like what do you call this? I know that they're going to serve me for a really really long time, and I mean, look, I have one Stella out in what 50-degree weather outside. Like I can see it in the window. I'm not even worried about the damn thing. It has a Studio Ocean Mark spool and all that. I know that it's not gonna get hurt, even with the sun and the heat and all that. Uh, they're built like tanks. But the newer ones, I don't know. Like the newer ones are like millennials or Gen what is there? They're Gen Z, like a little bit of heat and then they complain. Like what is it? What do they call them? Like snowflakes. So the newer reels are like that. You know what I mean? Instead of them being like tanks and all, they're like forget it, man. So the Saltigas, a lot. I know, like I know a few Shimano loyalists, okay, that switched to Saltigas because the newer Shimano Stellas, it's not they're not built like they were before. They cut too many corners. There's too many plastic parts and stuff. If it's midway, like 2 3 years, quite hard to find, I guess. Yeah, man. I mean, midway, okay, 2 3 years on, they should have because there's always issues with the first batch. Okay, you can't be perfect on the first batch. You cannot. So, for those people that actually jump on the opportunity to have the latest and greatest when they get introduced, those are the guys that actually find that they'll have issues with their reels. But you'll see that if the guys actually bought on the second or third batch, they have a lot more reliable reels. So, for me, I'll wait. I'm not James Knight, I'm Gen Z. Yeah. Well, not all Gen Z are built the same, right? But from what I see now, they're not. I mean, man, it's just some are so funny. You know, it's so funny. It's like really, you know, and I see them. I see them. It's just like why, like especially for me, I'm like Gen X. Okay. Hey, what's up, Lure Walker? Twin Power XD or Certate for Seabass game, which is the best? Either, Certate's really good as well. Twin Power XD is also really good. So you can't go wrong with either of them, really. I use Twin Power XD for shore jigging and casting off of my kayak or even on a boat. You know, um, Certate, a lot of my friends actually have them and use them, so it's all good. Really, you can't go wrong. These reels are very comparable. They're like head to head with each other. And again, Daiwa, Shimano, they're standards. If you ask me to choose between a Twin Power XD or a Certate versus like an Okuma, I'll have a good answer for you, and it's always going to be either by Daiwa or Shimano. Alluvia, I have an Alluvia actually, or I had, or no, I still have it in the Philippines. Uh, Alivio, I think, not Alluvia, Alivio. Uh, yeah, they're actually like the rods are actually like fiberglass, not what do you call this? Not graphite or lower, or it's a graphite with what do you call this? Graphite with a lot of fiberglass, and they're tough, man. Alivio, yeah. So I had a combo back in the day. Do you pre-service your new reels? Yes. There's something I have just starting hearing gimmick or not. Yes, I do. Pre-servicing your reels. Basically, what happens is that some reels when they pass through QC, they're not checked thoroughly, right? So it could be that they put too much grease or they put too little. So pre-servicing, all these parts get oiled, get re-greased and all that. So it makes sure that before you use it, it's in the most perfect state possible. It happens even to top end reels like SOM, unfortunately. Because the QC guys remember that a shitload of reels, approximately a shitload and a shitload and a half, pass through their hands, and people get tired, man. Whether you like it or not. Some companies actually resort to random sampling, like take for example Shimano. So they do random sampling even for Japanese reels. Okay, so that's what happens. For the amount of money you pay for the engineering, yes. But if people are checking things, people get tired. Okay, so better safe than sorry. Having it pre-serviced, okay, having it pre-serviced basically is like having your car just having thoroughly looked at before it gets driven, right? So it makes sense. Some people don't do it, some people do it, and guess what? The people that do it have less headaches, because there are things that could go wrong, and especially if you hook something big, the things that could go wrong do go wrong. So yeah, I mean, quality control, unfortunately, is a very human thing, and a lot of people make mistakes. It's just like that. For me, I don't really have an issue with all of that because I do it myself. You know, um, so you just check on how much grease they put in. If it's too much, you take it out. You put like sometimes you'll find that the grease isn't even on the gears. They just put the grease somewhere. You know, Probably thinking that if you actually reel, it moves around, it spreads it around. But sometimes too much gear. So too much grease, and then when you turn it, it's like, okay, this doesn't feel like a Stella, or this doesn't feel like an OSHA jigger. And then when you open it, it's like, holy shit, that's a lot of grease. You know? Yes, exactly. Pre-service. So yeah, I mean, just so you won't have like headaches and stuff. So just do it, man. You know, um, I encourage I encourage people to actually at least know how to re-grease and oil your reels. Um, that should be a basic that everyone should know. Okay, and it's the same thing with your car. You should know how to check your radiator, see if your coolant is okay or not, if you need to put more, checking your tire pressure and all this. It's a basic thing. My dad taught me that. So with the reels, it's the same exact thing. You just make it a habit to actually know which ones to test, which one to actually, I mean, dude, you open it, you don't touch anything else, and then you look at the grease. If it's too much, just take it off. Okay, put the grease in on where it should be. Like, take for example the gears, the ball bearings. Put a little bit of oil and all that, just so you know which part goes where, so that if something's wrong, you can do basic repairs on your own rather than actually sending it out. And see, this is the advantage of someone like me, who grew up in a place where there was no rod repair, no reel repair, because I had to learn on my own to do all these things, right? So when the time came for me to actually use all these high end stuff, kind of easy, kind of familiar, and all this. But if I was born in a place that had like real servicing, I wouldn't know all these things. Where's the bearings? Using bearing oil used for my RC cars, it works better. Yes. Um, yeah. You know, it's just kind of basic thing. I think the most important thing for a successful fishing session is moon phase. What do you think? Um, there's two types of people, right? Two types of fishermen. Okay, so there's those that have the luxury to fish anytime, and they can check the moon phase, they can check the tides, the winds, and all that. And then there are the unlucky few that don't have a choice, that they have to go when it allows them. Like, take for example those guys that can only fish a specific day in a weekend, and there's a lot. What are you supposed to tell them, man? Not fish because the moon is off? You know what I mean? So the best time to fish is when you can. I could tell you that. Having said that, okay, you have to also understand that the best time for you to fish isn't necessarily the best time for the fish to feed. So, I'm not trying to be an ass here or what, but like, take for example, for me, I choose the best times. And even with the best times, like, take for example today, I'm supposed to be out on a fishing trip out in the middle of the uh, the Gulf of Oman, going towards the outer Indian Ocean. Okay, and they're going quite far today. I think about 100 nautical miles or 110, searching for big tuna. Okay, I'm not with them. I chose to stay here because I had to take my wife to work and had to pick up my daughter because she's going out early from school, right? So I chose to do that over a fishing trip. So even if the time today was actually pretty good, you know what I mean? So even with that, even with me who can choose, there are circumstances in life that, and then I have to chat with you fuckers. And I'm having a good time. So I didn't lose anything, right? And that's the truth. You know what I mean? Like, if I chose to go, you know, Mr. Singapore here, nice day fishing, wouldn't have been chatting with me. Lure Walker, I wouldn't have been chatting with you. You know what I mean? Mackie, you're shy ass. He's like, oh, I'm not gonna comment, I'm shy. Right? So, I got to spend time with you guys, and hey, it's as good as fishing. Like I said, I really enjoy these, I mean, getting to know you guys, and guess what you see in the videos, that it's I'm the same, right? So I uh you know I'm as transparent, or I'm the same kit, so I honestly like going on streams. Before, I was under the impression, with the streams, right? That's why I didn't really do them a lot. Um, I didn't know if I was actually um, adding value to the channel, but I'm seeing now that with the interaction and everything, we're having a good time and all of that. So I love it, man. I love it. It's it's good, you know. Um, and considering that this day actually kind of sucks for me. Last night, I had some. I heard some terrible news. Right, my one of my mentors actually passed away. Um, you know, so kind of a bummer. So it okay. So it was yesterday. Um, I pretty much slept for the whole day. So after the stream, I think I slept. After my wife took Kaylee to school, and then because I remember she went back, and then I turned on my side. That was the last thing I remembered, right? But I know it was after a stream, and then I woke up at 10:30 in the evening here. By the time I actually went on the desk and went live earlier, um, it was around 11 or something. And then when I looked at my Facebook, I was seeing like Flip's pictures all over, and I was like, what the hell is happening here? And then when I looked, I was like, whoa, I punch. And then it was an announcement from the IGFA, and then he passed away, and I was like, what the hell? And 2 weeks ago, when I had Gary on, we were literally he mentioned, Flip. And I was even showing him like, hey, I have this number. We talked and all this. Because especially my fly fishing days, in the earlier part of my stay here in the UAE, I used to talk to him regularly. It started with like email correspondence and all this, and I didn't know that he wasn't too techy, and he hated like email and all this. And then after that, he just told me like, hey, call me, here's my number. And then I started, we started calling. Well, I started calling him, and then there was a time when we couldn't really hear each other because the reception was so bad, and he gave me the number to his home office, and that was it. So whenever I had like questions for fly fishing, fly tying, and all this, i'd I'd call him and stuff. um yeah, I mean, the dude that I was watching on TV was literally like someone that I could call, and I was welcome to call when I needed him. And yeah, I had an invite from him that if I visited Florida, for me to come over, you know, and I never forget that. So I never had the chance. So that kind of sucks. If not watching fishing videos or go to coffee shop chats with my fishing buddies, I normally at home doing some rigs or assist hooks. Let's go through my fishing gears and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think for everyone that's passionate about the sport, if you're not doing all those things and spending time with your friends talking about fishing, you'd actually be tinkering with your gear. I do the same. Um, Before, when I was fly fishing, every single time or block of time that I had that I did not do anything, I'd be tying flies. And imagine this: um, I had my TV, but uh, I didn't have cable when I first moved here. So I didn't buy cable, but I had internet. Okay. And I was time flies. And I was online, I would watch videos on YouTube, and all this, doing like, all the normal stuff online and stuff. And remember, it was DSL. So it wasn't super fast, but it was enough, right? And in the area where I'm living, they didn't have anything better than DSL. So yeah, it was all right, but it wasn't that fast. So even watching videos were actually you'd wait for it to kind of load. So YouTube before was also kind of slow. Um, so yeah, I mean, aside from the chats and the forums at that time, I didn't really do anything much. But what I was doing instead of watching TV, I would actually listen to music and then just tie flies. So I ended up with like a shitload of flies, and guess what? These were not all of them were really good. Okay. And I put them in a plastic bag, and I actually gave this to a friend of mine, right? And until today he still has some left. That- and that was like more than 10 years ago. So imagine how many flies actually was that in that plastic bag. And he wasn't the only one, but I would tie flies, like even the most basic ones like clousers, until such time where I could tie them without even looking at them, you know, and they would, like, a friend of mine, and we're gonna have him on the podcast as well. He's a very famous uh, fly fishing guide in the States. Okay, he was in a G Loomis commercial not too long ago, so he's at that level. Okay, so um, he actually told me like, um, you you tie 10 flies, okay, before you actually start your production run. You tie 10, and you will find that if you actually have the muscle memory, that on the third fly you'd be tying clones. So from the third fly onward, so the first two flies wouldn't be, say, perfect, but on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and to infinity, it would be like very consistent, and they would be clones, you know. And that's when you would know that your fly tying is quite good, you know. Um, so yeah, that was kind of like my standard. So uh, at one point, I know that I'm out of practice now, but at one point, I was actually pretty decent, you know. And I think my biggest strength was actually epoxy. You know, I know this because there were like a few friends of mine that were actually quite decent fly tires, and they would shake their heads when we were doing epoxy flies, because I would actually wait for the epoxy to thicken up a bit and shape it. So I was up to that level, and they would be like, "How the fuck do you do that?" Because it's fast, and it's really epoxy. 5 minute epoxy, you only have a few seconds, you know. So, yeah, I was actually quite decent. Now you actually take that and put it with assist hooks, and forking a man, making assist hooks would be like a walk in the park, compared to tying flies. And especially, um, there are flies called hour flies, okay, because they take 1 hour to make. And I was building those, and I had patterns that were like super super good, like holy crap good, you know what I mean. um Hold on, let me see if I can show you some. All right, let me show you this just as an example. Do you think Gamakatsu finesse wide gap hook looks suitable for assist hooks tying? No. Kind of similar to VTech set. No, 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 no. I mean, when you're doing jigging hooks, they're very specific. Um, I mean, you could try, you know what I mean, but you're no, just buy specific jigging hooks. That's it. The closest thing to jigging hooks, James, is actually live bait hooks. Okay, so if in a pinch, you could use live bait hooks. Okay, let me show you guys the type of flies that I was doing. So here, do you see that? This is the part of YouTube that I don't share. That I don't actually show people. This is what do you call this? This is locked. So you see that shrimp? That is a shrimp type. Okay, that you throw even with your hands. You throw it, it always lands right side up or upside down for this. Okay, it's called a railed shrimp. So the body is epoxy, and then you have hollow fusion, DNA hollow fusion for the back. That gives it like a parachuting effect. And man, I'm telling you, this fish has this fly has caught a lot of fish, like that fish, for example, and that one right there. And that's a 5 weight, by the way. That's like quite light. I mean, you could look at the flats; it's really shallow, right? Look at this other one right here. I'm literally standing in, you know, less than knee deep. Take note of the current. Look at the water underneath. Look, you can see that the current's actually quite strong in this flat right here. But I was catching fish like this, and this trip I was alone. I mean, I was on a the picture was actually taken with a camera put on a kayak. I was fishing alone on this one. I wouldn't fucking do that now, that's for sure. And this was also in the summer, so that what else do I have? So I used to tie flies like these too. These are packed flies. So these are Borsky style. Um, there's a Borsky slider, okay, and this is like a bastardized version of that. I took his style and then made it into a shrimp because I use a lot of shrimp stuff. So there's that. Um, yeah. So that's a Borsky swimming shrimp, and I again kind of bastardized there. That wasn't easy. Um, Crab. So yeah, there's some flies there that are kind of. What else? Here's one. So this is actually like just made of nylon. All of what you see there is like, except for the beads, for the eyes, and the weight on the chest. That's all nylon and epoxy. So the crab, shrimp, stuff like that. They actually caught fish, by the way. You know. There's one fly here I want to show you guys because it's like a very accurate representation of uh, where is that thing? Accurate representation of a fly. Look at this. This was when we were fly fishing at night, when we were catching grunter and stuff. That's Leng Chua, the guy I call Sifu. Uh, and that's me right there with a grunter. My actual name is Kit, yes. That's why it's the fishing kit, So it's like the fishing kit, me, and the fishing kit like a tackle box. That's why I say, "Hey, what's up? It's Kit." Right? That literally, it's Kit. Uh, Albums. Where the heck is that? There's like this fly that looks really good. It's a crab fly. Mm, oh, geez, man, that sucks. Is it here? So yeah, there's some flies there and stuff. Look at this, a cuttlefish. Uh, Not here. So you look at that. Caught a dorado with that. So I used to tie flies like that for breakfast, man. God, where the heck are they, dude? That there's that one fly that I'm so proud of because it's like a crab, in a specific type of crab too. But you know when Facebook crashed or the thing was stolen, the data and stuff. So I don't know if that actually got um, you know got taken with when that happened. That sucks. Jeez. My magazine article before I had like this. This is where the fishing kit came from. Outdoor UAE, and then the article's name. See the fishing kit. That's actually where it started. So this channel was an extension of the column that I had in the. This is actually one of the first issues. So that's where it started. Um, Is it true that there are some flies forbidden to use in some fishing areas in the state? That's correct. I've seen this many, many years back. uh, he's doing all right. I actually spoke to him about coming on in the fishing chat. No, man. Believe it or not, my parents named me Kit because they thought that I would have a hard time with a longer name. Smashed my finger working yesterday to tender up the tie hooks for a couple of days, probably. Mr. Krabs fly. You read that? Uh, Actually, what was that? I actually named a fly. Um, oh, here's a cool one. Look at that. So I used to do flies like kind of realistic, you know. But yeah, that's as close. See, when I tied flies, there was a phase where I was actually tying like those American or traditional freshwater flies because I wanted to. I actually wanted to um, learn or be better at proportioning, and that was that. Uh, so look at this. We were fishing at night and we were actually catching fish. That place is closed off now, unfortunately. Um, what's here? Ah, okay. So this is my first kayak. I almost died on this damn trip too. When we went out, there was a squall, right? It just happened, and then I still caught fish. But my God, that was dangerous, man. Here's a cool picture. I took this off of my balcony, and this is the Burj Khalifa here, and I had another one that hit Burj Khalifa, but yeah, I lost that picture. Uh, Picture of me and my wife. So that's me. That's my wife. My girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend. This was, man, early days in Dubai. Um, when I fished with Jean-Francois Elias in uh, Ratchaburi. Man, I miss that guy too. Quite a character. Man, I can't find that fly. That sucks. Here's a rod that Sifu actually made for me. This is a light jigging rod. This was in 2011. So you can see there. 13th May. And he gave it to me for my birthday the year after. After he built it. Took 1 year because he's like lazy. Nah, man. Why? There's a reason why. Uh Kit with hair. Have you ever thought about doing tests to see if the students are paying attention? Tell you what, Horatio, that's really up to them, if they're listening or not. Younger. Kit pics with hair. There's like wedding pictures there in the albums too. But it's too bad I wasn't able to show you guys. I'm not able to find that picture of the. I think it was. If you see it, you'd be impressed. Put it that way. You know. Um, so that's kind of too bad that we're not able to find it. But if I find it, I'll show you guys because it's really something. Um, it's one of those things that I was very proud of when I tied it. Plus, I was actually able to find like a creative way to like kind of do it or kind of do something like that. So that was pretty cool. Stick bait. That wasn't the one. Man, let me actually find it for you guys. Because that was pretty cool. It used to be just here, man. Crabs. It should be in the crab folder. Where is it? Where are the crabs? There should be a folder that says crabs, and it should be there. Because see, the thing is, I suck when it comes to crab flies. So um instead of actually following the usual crab stuff or crab flies that you see, um, I kind of made my own. There we go. I've got crabs. There we go. I found it, boys. I found it. Okay. I have found it. There we go. So these are the crabs, right? So that's like from a artificial fingernail. See? And then that's like fur. Okay. I call this the mangrove creature. And then there we go. You have that, right? See? See? That looks freaking crabby, man. Right? Bang. You see that? That looks freaking crabby. Don't tell me it doesn't look like a freaking crab. There we go. There's a picture of a crab right there. Right? Don't tell me it doesn't look crabby. All black? Really? Jeez. Okay, wait for a second. Maybe it's going to like move and shit. Okay. Really? Okay, let me and then share again. There. Okay. You guys see it? Right? So, at one point I was tying flies like this. And believe it or not, that's just chenille. So brown chenille, and then I shaped it like that, and then uh, a lighter. That's all it was. So I was able to do stuff like this well, when I was better, I guess. Right now, I doubt if I could do something like this, man. And that's with Drawn. Drawn is a very, very good fly tyer. He's like insanely good. Malaysian, you know? So, yeah, man. Chenille. It's all chenille. That's like silicone sheet for the what do you call this? For the pinchers. And then I used like silicone sealant to make the rough um, texture. And then the eyes are beads, and then epoxied, and then the everything else is chenille. That's it. What species of fish? Permit, Indo-Pacific permit, and brim eat these. So I've caught brim with this particular fly. You know, because I suck. I really suck when it comes to like tying flies, crab flies. That was my weakness. I could not. I could not for the life of me tie a decent fly, like a crab fly. So what I had to do was actually, like, this experiment so I could make my own crabs and stuff. And this was the result. And after that, people started asking me for the recipe and shit, right? And they were like, "Hey, man, like, what the fuck you asking me for, dude?" You know. But yeah, so that's like, what do you call this? Um, Let me see if there's some. Um, oh, check this out, man. That's like one of the biggest. That's my fish, actually, but that's one of the biggest puffers that I've ever caught. There's a picture of me with that particular puffer. It's a better angle. I don't know if it's around here, but uh, here's a very rare picture. That's me, obviously, as you can see there. That's me on top of the Burj Khalifa. Sorry, Burj Al Arab. That's the sail-looking hotel here in Dubai, the five-star hotel. Later, Punch. So I was on the helipad where they had like the tennis match. I was on top there, probably one of the most restricted areas in Dubai. But I used to work for the company, and we were there to do something. So the photographer actually took a picture of me when I was there as well. So I was working for the company that owned the hotel. My daughter, uh, like, look at this. Like, that's fog, very thick fog in the middle of the morning, right? This was before 12 o'clock. I think around 9 or 10 o'clock, and we were fishing in the flats, and we couldn't see in front of us. But boy, did we have fun! Holy crap! Blah blah blah. Just fly fish. Okay, you know what? You guys want to see some fish? Um, Here. So here's some fish, right? Uh, I don't normally show this. So fishing off the rocks, with queen fish and shit. There's a bunch of tuna that we caught while fishing. Uh, Fly tying videos always fascinate me. Yeah, I have a few. What the legs? Oh yeah, I answered that already. So there's that's Faisal's dad in the middle wearing white right there. That's a big catfish. That's the giant sea catfish I was telling you guys about. It's not this fish that I took home. The one that I took home and actually used as a practical joke was actually a bit smaller than this, but this one's pretty big. Me on the flats, same thing. Me on the flats there. See, look at that. I mean, just that shallow water with fish like that, man. I mean, you know, I I I know that I won't be able to fish these waters in my lifetime again. You know, that's too bad. That's a barramundi in the Philippines. That's in Thailand. That's a long fin catfish, I think, something like that. That is a Hemebagros wycoides, Asiatic catfish. That's caught on a fly. Giant sea catfish. I think this was the fish I took home and did that prank on them. Yeah, barracuda. There we go. Look at that. Look at that puffer, man. That's huge. That looks like a freaking piglet. Barramundi in the Philippines. A giant sea catfish. The first, the first, what do you call this? The first kingfish I caught here in Dubai when I arrived. Not the catfish I gave them, but one of the fish that I took home, and that's when I discovered that these guys actually stink. But you guys can see, right? That hair has been consistent all my life. Uh, This is in the Philippines. Snapper, mangrove. Uh, See, this fish was actually caught in a golf course. See that hat? See that hat? See that hat? Right here. That's the hat right here. At the back, right here. There we go. That's the same hat. Holy crap. Going through, like, there we go. Okay. This is from 2006. And as you can see, that's actually a fast jig. That is a isle metal curve slider. And I still use that jig, literally my favorite jig up until today. So 2006, I was one of the very first, if not the first person to jig here in Dubai. People didn't know what I was doing, man. And mind you, at around that time, I was already making my own assist hooks. That's a nice barracuda right there. That's a nice queenfish right there. And look, I had jigging gear. When was this? Like, this was 2010. Black bass. Uh, what is that? Like an orange spot trevally caught on a popper and stuff. That is 2010, is it? And that's yeah, uh, fast jig, coral trout, cobia, coral trout, barramundi on a fly, milkfish, grunter on a fly. That's on a fly as well. That was milkfish. I mean, I love my fly fishing, so you'll find a lot of fish that's caught on a fly here. Anyway, I'm not gonna bore you guys with shit, but that was that. Um, you know, history. I wasn't too fond of actually taking pictures with the fish and stuff, so I only have like a handful. There's some stuff there when I was growing up. I think there's an album here I took from home when my dad passed away, of some fish and all of that. Um, I didn't show it, but there's a picture there of me and a couple of sailfish that I caught when I was younger and stuff. But yeah, I've seen your photo with big curly afro hair. Yeah, I think that was with Peter. But that was like just recent when that was when I was working with Rapala, I believe. What was your favorite pound test mono to put inside of assist cords? Different diameter for top hook and bottom hooks? No, I usually put around 10 to 15 pound fluorocarbon for the top, not mono. And then for the bottom, I don't put any insert for the assist hooks. The bottom, the reason why you put the ones on the fluorocarbon on the top to make it stiffer so that it doesn't snag the leader. But for the bottom, you don't need that. Although, if you put fluorocarbon on the bottom, it doesn't hurt. Oh man. So 10 to 15 pound test fluorocarbon, James. Alrighty. Abdul, we had a guest a few days back, Dave Heiss. Check out his channel, Fly Tying Zone, or just type Dave Heiss, Davehise, Heiss on YouTube. You'll find him. He's like one of the best fly tyers in the world, man. Like the stuff that you see him make is amazing. He does a lot of freshwater flies, and I think down the line, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna like tie some flies for myself, and then I'll just do a hangout video so that you guys can actually, we can talk while I'm doing it. But um, for flies in the channel or fly fishing in general, very low viewership. You know, I have some fly tying videos that don't really get much views or have not been, and they've been there for years. Um, I think you know I'm decent at best when it comes to fly tying. There's a lot of other guys that are online here that are just freaking fantastic. What would be the difference between mono and fluorocarbon for that purpose? Stiffness. Fluorocarbon is stiffer than mono. So the stiffer it is, the more it would actually avoid the leader, and the more springy it would be. But 10 to 15 would be the range. Going over that, it just doesn't make sense. That's correct. The stiffness of fluoro is preferred. Actually, you know what? After this, I'm gonna play some Valorant. I'm like almost 50 and I play video games. I actually play Valorant. That's the only game I have installed in this PC, and this PC is specifically for editing videos. And it's the only thing, and it's like a gaming PC. I have like a Ryzen 9 for my processor, and I have like a very strong freaking. I think this is like a, what is it? I forget what it is, but it's a very strong GPU. So the only game I have on this PC is Valorant. That's it. It's the only game I play. So it's almost like Counter Strike, but not. But James, show me the assist hooks that you tie on what do you call this, on Instagram. It'll be nice seeing, like, everyone. Seriously, send me pictures or tag me, because I'm always interested to see what what guys are tying, and then maybe I can help. Give you tips and stuff that you might have overlooked and stuff like that. Just to help you guys build better ones. You know what I mean? Um, I'm not stingy when it comes to teaching like stuff like this. Um, because see, the thing is, if I don't want to teach something, I just don't talk about it. There's a lot that I don't talk about. But for stuff like this that you guys want to develop, obviously I'm gonna, I've spoken about assist hooks and stuff. I think there's no one else on YouTube that actually talks about assist hooks more than I do. you know and there's actually no one on YouTube that's actually also, I would say, as qualified, right? um, I've designed for both. Okay, so that's kind of too far-fetched. I would say I wouldn't take that too much credit. Okay, I would say that I helped develop. There we go. I helped develop. That's a bit more politically. What do you call this? Politically correct. I helped develop. I have developed assist hooks with VMC and owner. James, send me a message again. Okay, do me a favor. Send me a message again, and then we'll see. Because I usually reply, and there's no reason why I wouldn't reply. I always reply um, on what do you call this? Same username, TheFishingKit, because I, you know, like, what is this? This is spam. So delete this fucker, and then this one as well. I'll delete all. So it really depends on what you're, if I see that it's almost like spam, I just delete it. you know Mate, I'm surprised you don't have more subs. What are the percentage of people not subbed on your viewed videos? I don't know, man. To tell you honestly, a lot of people follow bullshit more than the truth. So, what can I say, man? There's even times when my subscribers are not getting informed. you know I did not get anything yet, James. I am not. I haven't gotten anything yet. Your channel is by far the best I have come across on YouTube for slow jigging details and no other channel. Um, you know what? Geez, a lot of people, especially when it comes to slow jigging, um, they just follow. You know what I mean? They just follow what other people are doing, so they can't really explain it themselves. That's the problem. I think for fishing in general, a lot of people are self-taught and all this. For me, I'm lucky that I have resource people from from industry, especially when they're making jigs, right? People like KD and there are others, rod manufacturers and all this. So I learn a lot from them. Um, so yeah, I mean, and whatever I learned, I just share too, right? The biggest difference is that I get my material from like the people that actually like manufacture or do it, while the others, they actually just watch YouTube, and then they kind of figure things out. So if you ask them the specifics, they wouldn't be able to answer. I guess that's that. um Ron, a lot of people are saying that, that they're surprised that I don't have as much subs, but um it's not like I'm not trying. So that's why for you guys, I encourage like sharing, because the more you share and the more people that you're sharing it to, the more people are going to actually subscribe. you know I mean, I can only do so much. I think what's happening also on YouTube is that for your participation, you can actually hype up videos, because we get that notice. So basically, with this hype up thing, um, you can actually hype up a video so that the algorithm sees that you're watching, and then you're hyping things up, and what they do is move you up the queue. But yeah, I mean, look, this channel is a fishing channel that doesn't really go fishing, right? So a lot of people would find discussions boring, just like people don't want to go to school, but the smart ones do, right? Because they know that they're gonna learn stuff. So I always say that the viewership, the average, um what do you call this? The average, I got a request here. Hard work pays off. Here we go. So uh you know so that's literally it, right? um for the guys that actually want to learn, then you're here. Otherwise, you're not. So what am I supposed to? That's uh so James, this is literally the first time I actually received, what do you call this, a message from you. Otherwise it would pull from from a previous thing. So it also came in as a request, a message request. So I don't know what happened, man. Because most of the time, if I have seen your message, and we've interacted, it would be in one folder, but it's not. So I don't know what happened, man. So yeah, just send me like what you've worked on and stuff like that, and then um if there's some things that you missed, I'm gonna tell you and stuff. Especially with the hooks, you know what I mean? The hook selection is actually quite, especially in the states, the hook selection sucks. It's difficult. But in the early days, when I wasn't able to actually get like good hooks, I used live bait hooks. And even till this day, you know do you know whatever happened to Tiburon brand? They still around. A Chinese company bought them. Got one overhead with automatic 2 gears. Wow, you had the smart shift. Thought you used it for trolling game. They work great, but underutilized. Yeah, the smart shift Tiburon. I'm not too sure if they're still around. Tiburon Engineering. But I heard like a Chinese company, or was that something else? Maybe it was something else. I don't know if they're still. Oh, there, Tiburon Fishing Reels. So they're still around, man. Um, and they are in. I think they're still in California, right? Yeah, Santa Ana, California. So they're still around. Only that, well, they're not as popular before as before, because right now they're only building like aftermarket parts, and they're still doing it, right? T-bar Mark II, jigging handles, Pen Torque, Pen Fathom 2, speed reels, Shimano Talica, you know, they're still doing the same thing. Tiburon Smart Shift reels are still available from them, as you can see here. So, you know, these are pretty cool though, the Smart Shift, you know, automatic shifting reels. They're not, I mean, dude, these guys have not evolved though. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but they're still around. Pretty cool. They it did not take off the smart shift reels. I thought they would be, but they haven't. No, I don't think they would, because from the biggest draw from Tiburon before was actually the hold on, let me get it. Just a second, boys. Let me take this antique out of the. There we go. Let's take this antique out of the drawer. All right. So the biggest draw from Tiburon before is actually you know the frame T-bar, right? This is right here. See that? Accurate. So Accurate started doing this, the AccuPlate, for the pen jig master. Okay. And then Tiburon actually also made like the first T-bar. That's a Tiburon engineering innovation. And the frames for various pen reels. Unfortunately, they haven't really evolved. But hey Isaiah, what's up? Gomexus is starting to also make similar components. They make Pen Senator 4.0 frames now. Wow, really? Are you serious? Wow, man, that's not good for what do you call this? That's not good for that is not good for Tiburon and all these other companies. So they started out with handles and stuff. Okay, there we go. So Gamexa's aluminum frame for Pen Senator 113H. Why the hell would they go go with this though? That's weird, man. You know. Okay, they have that. They should have done the spools too. And it is for $60. Of course, China. In the end, China will win. See, both fit US and China made Senator. Dude, I'd buy that for $60. Holy shit. And I still have 4 aughts back home. No, I have 4 aughts and I have 6. So man, I'd buy that. Holy crap. For $60? Yeah. I'd be interested on a topless 4.0, you know. And then if they have like an aluminum spool, so that I can actually convert my 4 aughts into casting machines, that would be great. But honestly, you know why, right? Why? So like, take for example this one, right? Like when I put this together and then I did the math, It's actually two Avits because I bought the parts brand new, right? So this is brand new. The internals are brand new. The spool is brand new. That's a new, you know, um, frame and the gears and all that. And then when I put it all together, because all of these are so fucking hard to find, um, and ever since I was a kid, I wanted one like this, right? Um, Dude, big mistake because it actually cost 2 MX Avets after I did all the math, and I was like, dude, why? So now I'm stuck with this, right? It's a freaking antique. And then what? And here's what's funny. You know these screws? When I bought, these were actually it was missing some screws. So, and it was brand new and sealed. So I emailed Accurate and I was like, what the hell, man? I bought this and there's like it's sealed, but the screws are missing. And then they go, no problem. So from the States, they sent me a set of screws, right? And they said that we machined these especially for you. Because they were so happy that I actually bought, even if they were like really old, right? And it's not in circulation anymore. But they were so happy that I actually had these, right? Brand new. Jeez, man. But still, like, why? Jeez Christ. I mean, seriously. I like this was a separate piece. The frame was a separate piece. This was, the set was a separate thing. This one was separate. I spent so much money because they were all brand new. Jeez, biggest mistake. This is someone asked me, right? Someone asked me like the most useless that I've ever bought. I actually chose the SOM pliers, and I said like I didn't buy that, but you know I wouldn't probably buy that if I had the money. Now, this is something that I bought that's literally kind of useless to me, right here. This one right here, but I like it. So it's brand new, like all of it. There we go. So I have the only brand new 501. Okay, 501 accuratized jig master in the world. I sent a picture of a couple of imitations I have from your videos. You can critique them live if you want. A bad camera. Okay, let's check them out. Okay, there is nothing as bad. I wouldn't say, because if you actually worked on them, they shouldn't be bad. Oh, actually, I can't view them on the thing. I have to open from my Instagram. That kind of sucks. Okay. Let's see what Mr. Knight has done here. Okay. Does this shape look effective for slow jigging? The hooks are too thin, James. Okay, and then the blue Gamakatsu finesse wide gap. Okay, this hook would probably bend out. Okay. Um, okay. That's not bad. They're not bad. So what are you tripping about? They're not bad, man. If at all, this looks too long. Yeah, if at all, this looks too long, but they're not bad. Like um so your binding for these hooks that actually have like the green bindings, they look thinner than your gamakatsu. What do you call this? Gamakatsu hook, which only means that you actually wrap too much, or the assist binding that you the assist binding that you used is kind of thick. But other than that, they're not bad. They actually look clean. So yeah, good job. You know, people always tell me and thank me like, hey, you did my, you know, you you showed me how to do this correctly and all this. But guys, look, um, you did all the work. You know what I mean? So I can't take credit for that. If I inspired you to actually try it, then great. That's all I can take credit for. But you've done all the hard work. If they survived, then good, man. You found hooks that you could use. You know what I mean? That's good. They look forged, so they should be stronger than usual. It's just that the wires are a bit thin. So um, it depends on the line that you're using actually. So the blue wrap has a lot of blue. Okay, but yeah, good job, dude. Good job. Um, Looks better than when I first started. Put it that way. My, you know, um, when I first started, there's only one term I could use for them: abortions. There was no one to teach me, right? And but oh man, believe it or not, the first assist hooks that I tied, um, okay, in fairness, because I was already tying flies, they were actually quite clean. The problem is, um, I didn't know how to go about them, so I tied them as clean as possible, which is literally just putting the line straight from the eye and then bending them and then tying them. So it's super clean and everything. I didn't glue them. I didn't know what glue to use and all that. So when the fish bit, actually just pulled the hooks off. That was really bad. But yeah, I mean, like literally, what you would call. There's only one word to describe them, and that was abortions. Like holy shit, man! Like also my first flies, they were abortions. Hold on, let me. Strider is knocking on the door. Okay, come. Our dogs own the house, right? We just live in it. But man, my senior dog, she's 6 years old. She's so freaking cranky. And whenever her mom's not here, she always hangs out with me. But when their mom's here, forget it. You won't find any of them here. They'd be like hanging out with her. It's like fucking bitches. Well, she is a bitch. Uh, Ron, it doesn't stop there. it's it's like honestly, if you catch my humor, it's either you get my humor or not. But yeah, I mean, even my wife, it's like sometimes she just goes like, "Huh?" And that's my wife. Anyway, so this is how accurate started AccuPlates. Okay, so imagine from this to actually building reels now, but this is how they got started, right? So it's one of those things that I actually say that this is good history. Does assist hook Kevlar cord selection matter much? Like, is it worth paying the extra for premium stuff? Um, okay, I'll give you the truth, right? Um, at one point, uh, I was forced to use stuff from Suffix. Because they have, if you look at the website, let me show you guys, okay? Just so we're on the same page. Oopsie. Okay, now, by the way, this is what I was actually telling the boys earlier. Or no, actually, well, you guys are gonna see it in the video about ultralight fishing line. Basically, I said that if you are going to the Suffix website, don't go to the US one, go to the European one. So as you can see here, it actually says Europe over here, the globe and stuff. That's where you go, because that's the most complete. Because guess what? Suffix US is a division. The main the main website for the brand is actually the European. So when you go to Rapala, say it says here Rapala, Okuma, 13 Fishing, VMC, and all that. You go to the European website and you'll find them. So here it is, the very uh, okay. That's jigging braid from Suffix. I'm not gonna say whatever, but this sucks, man. Like holy shit, does this suck? Okay, and okay, hold on. So I might stop sharing and then share again. Okay, are you guys seeing it? So Isaiah, this is to answer your question. Do you see it? Anyone seeing it? How's the screen looking? Is it still black or something? I mean, I don't get. I see it in my preview here. So suffix jigging braid. This is like very soft. Okay, it's a soft Kevlar. Okay, so basically this is soft Kevlar jigging braid or assist cord. Now, when you're actually using it, it's very easy to use. As far as using it is concerned, it's not bad. All right, but when you use it, like holy shit, it's bad. Like seriously, holy shit, it's bad. It snags on like the smallest freaking tag of your knot. If your knot has a tag sticking out, that braid or that cord will actually find that thing, and it'll start to actually unravel. Okay? So, man, I'm telling you, not good. Now, with that, with that being said, okay, I've experimented on assist cords that I bought from China. And surprisingly, there are some there that are actually quite good, but they're hard to work with. Okay? So you get something like what do you call this? Okay, let me show you guys this. I don't understand why I actually because I could have just switched the okay. Are you guys seeing the suffix page again? If you see it, just give me a heads up, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna use that tab, and then we're gonna like look at some assist cords on Amazon, and then I can just show you as examples. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So man, what an attentive class. All right. So let's go to shopping, Amazon International, Amazon Japan. So here we are in Amazon Japan, and uh, we go assist line. Okay, so here we go. So this Hesta professional parts here at this, that's pretty good. Okay. Shout, that's pretty good. I haven't used some of these. Shout, I've used. Okay, let's look for Gamakatsu. That's pretty good. There, Zaito. That's pretty good. I've used that extensively, a lot of it. Seki. This is like the what do you call this? The wrapping. Okay. I'm looking for something really specific here. Hold on, guys. This is actually pretty good. The Seafoam Slorcultural Gem line, actually pretty good as well. Where the heck is it? Owner. I should write owner. It's like some of the best that I actually used. There we go. So this is the PFZ05 jigging braid. Okay, this is like if the suffix jigging braid was made well, it would be something like this. Because this thing is very easy to use and actually really, really good. Okay? This has no core. And this is like some of the best that I've actually used, right? Very easy to work with. Ron. uh, that's funny. So, you know, this particular braid is actually really good, and I encourage you guys to actually get this if you haven't yet. Try it. I I use a lot of the 80, 110, and 140. Not so much with the 240. Okay, but these 140, 110, 80, I love them. 240 obviously is actually really good as well. It's just that I don't use that kind of size, right? So that now this power flex is actually also really good, but the damn thing kinks because it has wire inside. So if you actually have a bite from a toothy predator, you'll catch it, but the what do you call this? The assist cord done. It's like a telephone wire after. So I don't particularly recommend that. This one right here, this white one from Shout, I've used this in the past. This is good. The Power Flex, the pink one. Uh, Hesta, again, pretty good. I like the pink one more than the black. Okie dokie. So that's it. Katsuushi. See this? Katsuushi, that's decoy. So yeah, I mean, as far as that's concerned, dude, seriously, I am, uh, I am very particular with the cord. And again, let's go back to, uh, there are Chinese cords that are actually pretty good, um, but some are very hard to work with. Any difference between the regular owner PFZ versus Cultiva PFP? Um, which one's the the Cultiva PFP? Ah, these white ones, this one, basically these have a core, a nylon core. So they have, sorry, a fluorocarbon core. So for these are actually specialized for slow jigging because they already have a fluorocarbon core. The PFZ is purely a hollow core, tightly woven Kevlar, I believe, or if it's PE, I'm not too sure. I could ask them actually what material it is. So for this, you could use it to splice and then splice into itself, and then it's perfect for single hooks, for slow jigs, or um, if you want to use them as tandem slow jigging assist cords, you can insert your own fluorocarbon in them, especially the 80, which is what I use a lot of. Um, but mostly for these, I use them on single hooks for either fast jigs or slow jigs. Um, if it's not, I think the KM9 is actually like climbing. It's not, it's repurposed and stuff. It's not really for assist cords. But hey, you know what? If it, I'll tell you what, it's better than paracord. You know what these guys are using, like those thin paracords and stuff. It's the same stuff. Probably the weaving would be kind of different, you know. But yeah, man. I mean, like these lines that are specifically made, it's they're worth it. They're actually worth it. It's not like, look, there are some that are cheaper than others, right? And it depends from brand to brand. So at the end of the day, you know, nice day for fishing. I'm starting to learn tying assist hooks. Are you able to break down what's core and hollow core used for? The cord, uh, the ones with the core, you could use for fast jigging. Okay, and then hollow core is a bit more flexible. So if there's if the if the core is fluorocarbon, they're specifically for slow jigging. If it is fiber, obviously it's for fast jigging. um, Dude, um, the ones with the core, okay, they're meant to be taken off or used for fast jigging. That's it. Kite string, yeah, James. So for some, especially the thin ones, because actually for kite strings, guess what? It's mostly braid. Power Pro was actually kite string before it was marketed as fishing line, and that basically started this whole braid revolution. But before that, it was kite string. Speaking of lines, what's your option on hollow core braid? I've mentioned this before. It's for trolling. I don't use hollow core for anything. Um, I stay away from it because it's thicker than usual. Um it's for trolling. The only If the braid is abrasion resistant, it means it's thick. You know, so thicker braid is more abrasion resistant than thinner braid. Simple as that. So hollow core is actually thicker than normal. So yeah, it would resist abrasion more. Hollow core was actually made so that you would be able to splice fishing line. Um, that's what Dacron was used for. It was easy to connect two lines without a noticeable seam. And hollow core is an attempt to actually replicate the advantages of Dacron. So that's that. Now, for jigging, for casting, and all this, I stay away from that. But for trolling, I'd probably use it. It's just that, why? You know? So I stick with just regular braid. And I stick with Japanese braid because they're thinner than like American spec braid. Always questions me like, why would they make cord with core just for it to be taken out? Because it holds the shape. Without the core, you can easily stretch it out, and then it'll be very difficult to put the needle in. It's as simple as that. With a core, you can stretch it and you can put the right amount of line without the braid collapsing. Okay, because if it collapses, like take for example, you have braid, hollow braid, and you stretch it and you try to insert the needle, it's a nightmare. So they put a core, you know so that's that. It flattens out with tension versus staying round, no? Exactly. Would this have anything to do with abrasion? Well, it depends on what type of abrasion. There's a lot of types. So what we normally see with abrasion is the line going through like that, right? But there's if it, or like that, basically. So it's like sideways and stuff. That's how we picture it because that's how we cut it with a knife. But there's abrasion where it's actually going like this, lateral abrasion. So it's a bigger question mark because believe it or not, that happens more than you think. Like take for example, if you're fishing on sand, it actually, you know, especially with uh, sinking braid. So yeah, one of my biggest miseries. I could have just asked the for, because that's basically how it is, right? Now remember that when you're actually putting something with tension, and then you're wrapping it, um, things stretch. You know what I mean? So that's why. So yeah, I mean for hollow core, it's actually thicker than it's supposed to be because it has space inside. Even if you stretch it, right, it still has that space. So, and also remember, since it's hollow core and the weaving, it will have more stretch. When it collapses, and the parts collapse as it goes out of the spool. So this is probably kind of like an advantage when you're trolling, but when you're jigging and all that, it's actually a very big disadvantage. So basically, hollow core for splicing and for core just yeah, pretty much. Unless the core is actually made out of fluorocarbon of wire, then it has like a purpose, right? So if it's wire, it's for toothy critters, anti-bite and stuff like that. If it is fluorocarbon cord, it means that it is specifically for slow jigging. Because before, we used to insert the fluorocarbon on our own. And basically, if you want to buy cheaper fluorocarbons, like take for example, China sells like just hollow core cords. So you insert your fluorocarbon, you'd be able to buy cheaper of these things because you're spending for fluorocarbon. Whereas, you know, the ones that had the inserts already for fluorocarbon, it's not only easier, but you could use it directly, right? Cut and then bang, you have a core, a core, a cord, a core, a cord that already has a core of fluorocarbon, and all you have to do is just, you know, tie your hooks on and Bob's your uncle. But um, for the cheaper hollow cord, you have to insert a fluorocarbon, and guess what? That's extra cost. So yeah, there's fiber core, okay, and you can use that as is, or you can take that out and then you can use it to splice. Okay, so there's fiber core, there is monocore, there's hollow, and there's steel core. Four types. Okay, so all of these you could use, right? And then put whatever core you want. Only that it's they start out as a hollow core, and then the fiber core, there is mono or fluorocarbon core and wire. 550. Man, I've used all sorts of shit. Okay, I've used all sorts of shit when I started, right? Because I couldn't get proper ones. Okay, some of them work, some of them don't. At the end of the day, there's proper ones that you can buy. Yeah, paracord. So, you know, there's proper ones that you could buy. Why would you even consider that, you know, and do something half-assed? That these things are cheap, dude. YGK Sea Hunter is considered as what type? Let me check that out. What's that? I don't. There it is. I'd have to see. I think this is fiber. I think this is fiber. Fiber cord. Yeah, I think it's fiber core. Yeah, it's fiber core. You can see it here. Fiber core. Yeah, Isaiah, listen, man. You can buy these things online for cheap, like the proper ones. Why would you even consider? You know, leave that to Benny Ortiz and his what do you call this? And his bunch of idiots. You know, because he's the one who started that crap, right? So leave it to them. You know, there are proper like, dude. There's proper ways of doing things. Just buy the proper ones. You know, and I'll go back to what Samat told me, okay? Like Samat is like a fishing buddy of mine, and I questioned why he was buying all this top what do you call this, top end gear. And I told him, like, I was very blunt, man. I was kind of like an asshole, if not, well, actually not kind of, I am an asshole. So I told him, like, dude, listen. And this guy is like way more senior than I am, right? And he was a cop too. And I told him, like, um fast jigging, assist hooks, nice day. Fast jigging. So I told him, like, um Samat, why would you buy, like, why are you spending so much on fishing tackle? You're not catching much. I mean, like, dude, I catch more than you, and I'm using like mid-end gear. He says, you're buying gear for the reliability, because even I'm old, right? He said, I'm old. It's not that I can afford them. I'm buying them for their reliability. And then he said, you know, you only hook, or you only get the chance to catch your fish of a lifetime once. That's why it's called the fish of a lifetime. So it's really up to you to buy reliable equipment and have a shot at actually landing that fish. Or if you still keep on making that fish the one that got away. And he said, I have very little time in this earth, and I would want to give myself the chance to catch the fish of my lifetime. That's why I'm spending for the proper equipment. He said, it doesn't matter for you because you're younger and you have a longer time to actually think about these things. I don't have a lot of time left. So I want to buy the proper equipment and the proper things for my fishing so that I will not have a story of the fish that got away. So, Isaiah, I'm telling you right now, think of it as the same thing for you. Okay? You can buy half assed crap that would probably work, but probably won't. So, it's much better to actually just buy the proper stuff so that you won't say, oh, I hooked a good one, but my shit failed. Okay? So there's always merit to using the right stuff. That's it. Assist cords are cheap, dude. Don't cheap out on that. Don't cheap out on something that comes in contact with the fish. That thing is very critical. Okay? So for me, every single thing that can go wrong, reinforce. Okay? Each and every single thing. Everything that gets in touch with fish, the hooks, the cord, split rings, solid rings, and stuff like that, everything that touches the water and remotely touches fish, I make sure that that is not an excuse. Rashid, what's up? Oman in the house. Okay, so seriously, don't cheap out on stuff that can go wrong. Buy the proper stuff, man. Buy the proper stuff. Seriously. Because the fish of a lifetime will only bite once. And it's either it's the one that got away or it will be a trophy. That's it. Leave the paracord to Benny Ortiz and his clowns. No, man, I've been trying to actually figure out which times to go live. Since I have like time in my hands, I'd rather, go live, talk to you guys rather than actually, what do you call this? Because what I want to do is I'm trying to figure out a good schedule so that when I invite people to go on the talk show, the fishing chat, I'd be able to figure out which times are nominal. James, you get the concept, right? You spend a lot of money just to go out and do this and that, and then after that, something like it doesn't make sense, dude. You cheap out on something that actually gets in contact with fish, and then it breaks. Look at that, two Rashids in the house. That's so cool. I mean, I'm telling you, we're forming a really good community here. So Isaiah, don't get it the wrong way, dude. Honestly, I'm only sharing my experience, okay? And the last thing I want is for a subscriber who actually told to tell me that I lost fish because I used this. That's why I'm always an advocate of actually using the right tools. If there's one type of assist tying method to learn, which would you recommend for eyelet spade respectively? See that you tie different methods for each respective. um Learn the Shimano method. You could use that for both eyed and spade. you know it's easy. My friends and I play around for shits and giggles. I've actually spent way more money on gear than is justified since I barely got out to fish. I've been airing on ultralight, increase my hookups. Yeah, but still, I'm telling you, Isaiah, don't cheap out on stuff like that. It's not a good idea. I mean, when's what? Just what if you actually hook something, you know, and then after that, it's like it's screwed up because you're using substandard stuff. So and then you only have to have um oh yeah. Oh yeah. Abdul. And I make sure to actually ban the fuckers, the dipshits. So I made sure to actually, like, especially in the comment section, right? I banned them. So that like every single person that actually interacts would be able to get along with each other. Otherwise, like these guys that are just uh not good. They want to argue. I've gotten rid of most of them. So good stuff. um, yeah, nice days. Honestly, the Shimano method, the one with the knot at the very end, it's very easy, and more importantly, I think it's easier to make that clean. You know, Tying from this end to that, we'll try to make it work, dude. All right, because having the camera actually having okay, so imagine having the camera like that, and then you're tying, right? So it's kind of difficult, you know. So it's very difficult to have something in front of you and you're tying, right? It's very very difficult. Just remove the bad apples. Okay, banning Abdul Rashid Hashim. Uh, if you ever do, yeah. So I'll try to make it work. Nice day, but it's very difficult, man, because if you have a camera in front of you, it's very difficult to actually tie. Maybe from the top down, that's even more confusing because you're actually like seeing a part that you don't normally see, right? So that's why how I do things is how like most fly tires do it, you know. But yeah, I'll try it, you know. I'll try it for you guys, no problem, just so you can see it. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. But yeah, I've tried that before with fly tying. Actually, that's why I know. It's very difficult, man. It's very very difficult. Some guys have actually pulled it off, and I saw how they did it. It's like the camera's here, and they're tying like this, right? And it's also very difficult for you to actually see what you're doing. But dude, seriously, Shimano method. If it's good enough for them, good enough for everyone, right? Um, Very very good, and it's very easy to make it clean. The problem is you have a knot there, but if it doesn't bother the fish, it shouldn't bother you. Whip finish. I think there's actually a video of how to do it. I actually have a separate video on how to do the whip finish, so you can search for that, and then you can learn from there. What's the advantage of tying inline hooks the way you do in your video compared to just hooking the split. Um, the plug assist hooks, Abdul, right? So the plug assist hooks, um, okay. So an inline hook just on its own, okay, and you put it here. When you hook a fish, okay, it doesn't actually, see that, it won't actually kind of self right. So sometimes what happens if it's direct there to the swivel, it would get stuck and it won't actually like, twist out on its own. So that is that. Also for here, for this, the way it's done here, when you hook one, this other one actually hooks from the outside, and with an inline it doesn't do that. So that's that's the biggest advantage. That's it. As far as holding power is concerned. Also, by the way, if it's just single inline, you'll miss a lot of fish. But when the fish do get hooked up, they're not going to be able to shake the hook off easier. So that's the advantage of a single versus a treble. But two hooks is better than one, And with that configuration, one is hooked in the inside while the other one is going to snag. On its own, it's not going to do that. You just have one hook. That's it. I think the camera angle is more than good for tying assist hooks. Horatio, I think that's the best angle, actually. Also, check this out. This is what I discovered with this camera. It's actually a webcam, but what I've discovered with this camera is that I could do this. See that, right? So I could actually zoom in with this. I haven't tried it yet with um, the assist hooks, but so for this you can actually like really, and crap, connection is unstable, it says. Okay, we're back. So I found how to manipulate the camera. I can zoom in and out, I can focus close, I can focus far, and it's native to Windows. Literally, it's a Windows setting. So with this camera, we'd be able to actually make videos, and we could zoom in closer. I think in like the last assist hook videos, a snagless assist hook video, I've actually tested it out, and it's actually pretty cool. So in the next few ones that I'm gonna make, probably, I don't know exactly when, I don't have a schedule. I still have to make the lures and the knots that I use for ultralight fishing. Probably after that, we'll do like a few assist hook videos, just so to get everything or everyone a refresher. Like, take for example, let's do the a Shimano style assist hook, right? And if I do that, and we'll do it for both an eyed hook as well as a spade head, right? And if we do that, just as a kind of like a refresher, and if we did that, at least the camera would be able, because this is better than the camera that the camera that I was using before was actually pretty good. It's a Canon SLR, but this one is the one that I'm using now is actually really good, and I have less problems with it. It is a 4K um, webcam, and I found that it can be controlled using Windows controls. So, dude, you know what I mean? Let's see, like I mean, even the lives, right? Because before I was using my Mac, and that's an old one. Can anyone show this dude how to do live chat? I saw this done on another channel. Not sure how they did it. What do you mean live chat? like video with you guys. I mean, the way I'm doing the video with another guy is actually through Zoom. So if you have like a higher version of Zoom, and as it is, I'm paying for Zoom, right? But if you have like a higher version of that, then it becomes like kind of expensive. But um, the resolution isn't too good. So I'll research on how to do video. I think that for the assist hook, especially with Zoom, we have the opportunity to see all the details. Um, like having you guys all on a Zoom call. Holy crap, man! uh, I guess we could try it, right? I honestly, okay. What kind of detail are you guys actually looking for? You know, I'm pretty sure that would be fun. You know, on a Zoom call and stuff. We could try and schedule. That would be hella noisy, man. Holy crap! Knowing you fuckers. Bima Ferreros, hello. I think Discord would be better, especially if you want to start a community. Uh, no, actually, it's Abdul. No, it's not. It's not like that. It doesn't work. Discord. I actually have Discord, and I don't know, man. I know it's like a forum of sorts and stuff, but and I know that you can actually do a lot of chats on what do you call this? But um, I don't know. We could try it out. It's just that it's another thing to actually take care of. So it's kind of difficult. Thoughts on using line winder versus using the reel to wind on and spinning gear. So many conflicting statements about one method causing more line twist than the other method. Okay. So I use a machine to fill out my to fill up my spools, and I have no problems with line twist because I check exactly which side I need to put on before I actually put it on. I get a lot of line twist when I'm just winding it, and I also find that winding it manually will actually give you different tensions when you're actually trying to put it on. So here at home, I use the um, busted fishing system. So I have the spooler and the tensioner, okay, the bee's knees thing. If I'm spooling more than one reel, I would go to Barracuda here, and they have a Triangle Sports spooler, and they spool the reels for me. I trained them a long time ago. I trained them how to do it um, properly. So, for me, line winders are more superior. If you do them right, they're way more accurate and way better because you can adjust the drag. So you can put the right tension, okay, the correct tension on the spools. Now, people when they're winding it manually, they get tired, and obviously yeah, if you're just having someone hold the line like that, it's not going to be consistent because that guy also gets tired. And guess what? uh you know if you're holding it like that, even even if the guy is like doing it consistently. What is that? Oh, jeez, what the hell happened here? So I didn't even know that I got injured here, right? uh that healed up. So yeah, I mean, just to be very consistent. Now, um, all the reels, okay, spinning or overheads. The biggest problem that you will ever encounter is having water intrusion in the spool. And if you don't do it right, if it's loose, what happens is that a lot of salt gets in there, and before you know it, you can ask Soji. He was here earlier, but he had corrosion on the spool when he took the line off and shit. There was corrosion there. That's a result of actually not putting the line on as tight as you can. Because if the line is actually put on really tight, what happens is that the water doesn't reach there. So when you wash your reels, the top that gets wet, the top that's kind of loose, you wash them with the running water, and then you'll get the salt out and everything. So yeah, I mean, you know, especially if you don't know how to use the line winders, of course you'll get nightmares. But I'm pretty sure that there's some shops near you that are more than qualified to do it. um, Even if they charge for it, I would recommend to actually just go with it, and especially if they put it correctly. Have you ever get braid to dig in when you're using a line winder with your ultralight line? No, because I put it on tight, and it shouldn't dig in when you do it properly because you're actually putting the right tension. So you measure the drag as well, right? So it's not only that you're measuring the drag on your reel, you're measuring the drag on the spooler to ensure that you're putting in the right pressure for your reel. I mean, all these things, Isaiah. You're dealing with expensive reels, and it's a product of physics and engineering. And then when it comes to drags, people are basing it on luck. Even putting your line in has a drag on the machine, and you measure that because physics. you know and why the heck would you actually rely on luck when you can measure it so that you know exactly the kind of pressure that you put in? Like, take for example, if you're using 4 pound test, 4 pound test braid, put 3.5 pounds of pressure, and you know that that's going to be tight. That's it. you know Measure the drag, and make sure that it's consistent from start to finish. So that's that, man. you know just measure. You're never gonna get that if there's just someone holding it. You know what I mean? That's why I spent my own money, and guess what? I got um, the busted fishing spooler, the whole machine, right? I have the thing for the spools, the tensioner, all this spinning bait cast, big game, whatever. I can spool here at home. The reason why I invested my own money, and it's shipped from Australia. Okay, it's shipped from Australia to Dubai. I spent my own money to do that. Um, the reason why I did that is because these things are very important, and I don't want to rely on luck. Because also at one point, I just didn't like going to the shop, having them spool one reel. It was kind of stupid. So I, I I wanted to do it on my own, and at my convenience. So up until today, now imagine I am now living roughly about 45 minutes away when there's no traffic. Okay, 45 minutes away from the shop. So unless I'm spooling like several reels, um, you know or I'm respooling and buying line there, I'd take it and then spooling. They're gonna take care of the spooling. But if I do it here at home, it's still the same process. I measure the drag. you know just no. So especially with ultralight, you want, in ultralight, especially when you're chasing after bigger fish, you don't want to take chances. Okay, with ultralight, what happens is that it highlights all your weak points. Okay, so like, take for example, if you're fishing for, let's say, kingfish on ultralight line, if your nuts suck, guess where it breaks? It's the nuts, right? um, each and every single hardware choice that you um, put on that is not up to par, either in quality or your choice, it will become apparent each and every single time. If you didn't put your line on correctly, it will dig in, it will break, you'll see it. So each and every single aspect of ultralight needs to be up to par. Okay, otherwise it will tell you where you've done wrong. Is Matagi the best real seat? I've used Matagi blanks, and it was for bay jigging in 2010. Bay, uh, Sifu Leng Chua, Singaporean, one of the best rod builders I've ever had the pleasure of meeting and fishing with. Um, he Because we weren't able to buy rods that were right for light jigging then. um he built one, right? And we actually had a ryoga to what do you call this, to pair with this rod. It was really good. It was freaking really good, and he told me break it. I actually have a video of this. And we went fishing in Fujairah for tuna, and we were catching tuna. Leng Chua. He's there in Singapore now. I'm gonna have him here in our fishing chat soon. Um, so yeah, I mean, he. That's like, you can, if when he's live, you can ask him all the questions for like rod building stuff. He would know. But the Matagi that I have experience with is the blank, and it was pretty good. We were catching like queens and tuna. Where do you think most guys get their twist from? I'm thinking reeling and slackline. Twist only happens when you're actually reeling against the drag, and also, um, the line when it comes off the spool. There's actually a correct direction. So if you're actually um, taking the line off from the side of the spool, that is, I think, the opposite of where how it was wound on, you'll get line twist. For fishing, custom built from some Singaporean builds. I got you. I see. That's the one you have, right? Um, I wasn't too sure who actually had that rod. To tell you honestly, I forget. But Leng, man, holy crap, the rods he makes, holy shit, it's so good. Heard of this guy, but no chance to meet him yet. Yeah, he's a special guy, man. he's, I'll, t- I'll, t- I'll tell you an advice he gave me that up until this day, I use it, But there's I, an advice he gave me a long time ago that I would never ever forget. Um, I see Dave Creation building it and John. I don't know these guys. But this is why I call him Sifu, because he gives me like real life advice that I can really use. Um, so the Sifu title is not really for the fishing. It's like, hey Michael, no, this is new, man. I actually went on like after, you know. Um, but one of the life advice he gave me was like when there was a time in fly fishing where I was actually getting a lot of flack from people because fly fishing is so elitist. It's so elitist, and I'm far from being an elitist, person. And Leng, and yeah, I mean, what do you call this? Very elitist people, and they were giving me unnecessary attention. Uh, oh no, he doesn't build them commercially. He doesn't build them commercially. That's what's good with him. He doesn't build them commercially, and you can't force him. He's uh, he's not building them commercially, but he made a rod, and the weaving was like the UAE flag, but they were so small, and he gave them to the sheikh here. They're fucking crazy, man. Like the rod that he built me, actually, if you look closer, it's actually a Philippine flag, like the Philippine colors, you know. Anyway, so this this fucker, he was like telling me, like, listen, these guys, they just don't like it because they spent so many years, and this guy, holy crap, man, he knows how to annoy them, right? So there's these guys who were fly fishing, and we were like, we got to the flats kind of together, and hi, hello, and all that. And then at one point, these guys were like very far from us, and I was catching grunter, but I cracked the grunter um, early on, and then about a month after, I caught my first milkfish, a lengchua. Yeah. So we caught like grunter that day, and the guys, these guys, they got so fucking angry, because they couldn't catch the grunter, and the grunter, you could see, they were like rats all over the flats, and they could not get a bite. And then he just goes like, "Hey, what's what do you call this? What's happening, guys?" And they were like, "Oh, there's grunter all over. We can't catch them and all that." Oh yeah, Kit caught five already, and I was keeping quiet and all that, and he was like, "Kit was," and he said that they were easy. He said like he doesn't understand why you guys can catch them, and I I actually said that, and I was like, Sifu, I don't understand why they can catch it. Like, look, boom, and then boom, hit, and then I saw one that was like in a deep bank, right? And then I casted to this guy, and then I go, watch, I'm gonna catch this fucker. And then I stripped once, twice, boom, caught it, and then he was like, huh. It seems that you find them easy, but these guys can't catch them. I was like, I don't understand how, man, but I caught them. So this guy got so fucking angry, right? And he was like, "What's the fly that you use?" and all this, and I showed them, and then he still didn't believe. So Lang pulls out like his camera and shows this guy, "See, one fish, two fish, three fish, five fish," and dude, these guys actually stormed out of the flats really, really, really angry, and he was like, I was like, now I have to deal with these fuckers, right? And then he goes, dude, it's so easy. Treat them like dogs. I was like, what? I was like, treat them like dogs. I was like, what do you mean, man? He's like, see, it's like this. You grew up in the province, right? I go, yeah. And have you encountered dogs before? I was like, what kind of question is that? He's like, there's different types of dogs. Okay. There are those that will walk with you, and there are those that will bark. And what do you do with those that are barking? You just ignore them, because when you ignore them, they won't do anything. That's all they do. They just bark. And that's like one of the best life advices that anyone has given me. So even now, these guys in the comment section, and when they're actually like, I hear Leng actually tell me, go back to that time in the flats when he says like, treat them like dogs, so bang, that's it. So whenever I have like people just blah 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 blah, and I remember this guy telling me, just treat them like dogs. I mean, like, dude, really? Seriously, one of the best life advice that I have ever been given. Treat them like dogs. No, man. See, Isaiah. Okay, being Catholic, I was taught that if people threw stones at you, you throw them bread, but put the bread inside the jar. A priest actually told me that. Holy shit. Imagine that. A priest actually told me that. Oh, jeez. Uh, I've tried dog. I've tried dog. I've had it before. It's weird, man. I was conned into eating dog by my cousin. So it makes you feel hot. Your body is all hot. It's weird, dude. You feel hot. Even if your temperature doesn't go up, but you feel hot. So yeah, that's kind of weird. They used to eat dogs in the province. That's like normal back home. It still happens till this day, and there are provinces where the dogs are not safe. You know, um, yeah. It's like, dude, if you're in the Philippines and you said that, like, it's slang for Filipinos. Some parts of the states, derogatory term for Filipino would be dog eater. Funny the similarities. We've been brief that if a dog barks at you in Samoa, you pretend to pick up a stone and they will usually back off. Yes, I mean that's normal. If you actually drop down really fast, like pretending that you'll pick up a stone, they actually run. And we've kind of, as kids, we're doing that a lot. But it's just so funny what he said, right? Treat them like dogs. I would never ever forget that. Yeah, but I mean, imagine someone someone actually with a very thick Singaporean accent, right? Oh, treat them like a dog. I would never forget that. And the thing with Sifu, he would be like the instigator of the whole fishing group, right? And he was we were fishing buddies for a really long time, so we would know each other's characters and stuff. And by the way, he was born in the year of the dragon, and I'm also like born in the year of the dragon. So he would always say like, ha, dragons, you know. Um, anyway, so he would always be the instigator of the team. So like, take for example, he was the one who actually kind of turned us from or actually kind of like fueled the fire. Now remember earlier on when I said like I had this whole plastic bag of flies, I actually gave it to him because God, this guy, okay, for the life of me, I don't know why, but he couldn't really tie like a really nice fly. For the life of me, I don't know why. And this guy builds like very beautiful rods, but let him tie a fly, like a nice one. Like there's this fly that we use. It's called a bush pig. Okay. And I there's several evenings where we just sat down at home and I showed him how to tie it. Um, a bush pig is a very technical fly, and the originator of the bush pig is actually one of my mentors in fly fishing. Sadly, he passed away like a few years back, but his name is Earl Hamilton. And if you look and Google Hamilton's bush pig, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. Let me actually do that. Hamilton's bush pig. And it's sold commercially. So, there we go. There's the fly. Let me share this with you guys. Uh, are you guys seeing? Okay. Are you seeing it? Are you guys seeing the fly? You can see like can't see it. Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, very good. So basically, if you're seeing now, what you're seeing now is the Hamilton's bush pig, and I miss Earl. Anyway, so this fly is not the easiest to tie, and I actually have the document Earl gave me a long time ago to actually tie this fly. He taught me one on one how to tie this fly. So I was like, all right. And then he gave me like a shitload of materials to actually tie it, including how to make the material. So even if the material doesn't exist now, I know how to build this material. All right. So anyway, um, ooh, that's an anorexic pig. I'm gonna save that. That's that the one here that I'm pointing at right now. Okay, this one right here. That's a variation of the thing. We call it the anorexic pig. But if you look how it's tied, it's slightly different from that one right there. And we found that this one's actually it actually works for works really well. Anyway, so the bush pig. Going back, so I taught Leng how to tie this. Right, each and every single time I tie it, it's consistent how it looks and everything. Material is made from a type of fabric, but it undergoes like a certain process. Anyway, yeah. So so I'm actually like tying this and all that. He follows, right? Imagine he's following each and every single step. By the time we're done and everything, his fly's upside down. So his fly is fucking upside down, and he's tying step by step with me. Right, so I'm like, what the hell, man? And since then we've actually made it a joke, like, dude, he even if you have him in front of you following your steps, he's gonna tie it upside down. So I mean, you know and I became the group's default fly tire. So that's that. So that's the story, man. It was so freaking funny. um, the material is actually called DNA. You can still look for it. You can still find some packs somewhere. Fly fish, Michael. If you're really interested, it's something that's super cool. Um, that concept is directly from fly fishing, Isaiah. Michael, fly fishing is so fucking technical. Holy shit, it's technical. Like holy shit, it's super technical. And Earl, one of my mentors, the guy who designed the bush pig, he actually told me when we first met. He said, like, you know what? I think you're going to you're gonna actually do well with fly fishing because of how technical you are. And I was like, oh, whatever, man. And when I really got into fly fishing, I was like, wow, you know. And for a while, that's all I did. For a while, that's all I did. Like it's like, um, if I can catch it with spin gear, more than likely I'd catch it with a fly. And like fly fishing was actually like the hole that filled ultralight fishing, you know, for me. And then later on, I started doing some dumb shit like going after really big fish with flies, and I was pretty successful on the tying front. Actually, also earned a bit of a reputation. Um, what do you call this? Nice day. When I went to Singapore, they would actually ask me to do demos in Coho before, and man, this is like so cool because when I went to Singapore, right? They would actually have like it's an unplanned event. Kids coming, let's have them tie some flies and shit like that. So connection spotty. What? I think you were mentioning in a different video that the hooks are less spotty. In fly fishing, sparse flies actually catch more fish. it acts and moves more natural if it has less material. So um, fly fishermen that really know what they're doing, they will tie sparse flies. We call it sparse, like with very little material, just enough for a good silhouette, rather than tying full flies, because full flies don't really act as natural as you think they do underwater. But when you tie sparse flies, they actually make more um, they make more of a natural silhouette. Like, take for example, flies that are too full will not be semi-transparent, and you know that's more of a, what do you call this? More of a natural looking fly, the sparse ones. Which shop are you more affiliated to in Singapore? None. Rapala before, as a brand, of course. I used to go there for the conferences and stuff like that. But shops, no. Um, in my fly fishing days, I used to hang out in Coho. So I met a lot of good guys from Coho. The guys who were minding the shop were Henry and Jude. I don't know where Jude is now, but Henry actually opened his own shop. So if I'm going to Singapore and actually visit, I'd go to like Henry, and he's an old friend. Can you show us an example of a fly you're talking about? Sure, man. Hold on. Let me pull one up. Here we go. So you'll see that this is actually, when you put this in the water, this would be more natural looking than like a full fly. Here's another one. See, these are sparse. So if you take them out of the packet, you'll find that they have less material. See, less material than most of the time. What happens is that they'll put a lot of material and they kind of look good to fishermen, um, but they won't look good to fish. And these materials are also materials that turn translucent when you put them in the water. Would you guys want to see that? If I put this in the water, you know, Henry got a shop called Sincere, uh, Sincere Fishing. Um, isn't it like a fly story? All right, let me get this and then put it in a. Yeah, I'll look for a glass. All right, let me be very careful here so that I don't spill shit. Okay, so it's this fly wrap, and I'm gonna tie a bit of leader so that we can suspend it. So here, so if you could see here, this is actually quite, sparse. See, you could literally see, kind of see through it. Uh, Maybe not the same Henry. Yeah. All right. So let me see. So that's supposed to be how it looks. Now let me tie a bit here of line. Okay. This isn't as sparse as I want to for my needs. Okay, but this is relatively sparse. I'm gonna trim this out and show you the sparse that I use, and you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Okay, okay. So with this, okay, actually see, right? It's almost, it turns kind of transparent because of the material. Right there. So when this moves in the water, the material actually kind of collapses. So ideally, what happens is that this is a clouser minnow, okay? And when you're moving it, hi, what's up? 15 minutes before heading to work. So yeah, I mean stuff like that. Others are actually very bushy, right? And then yeah, I mean those work too. But majority of the time when you're fishing, the fish would get attracted to like the sparser stuff. I don't know, for some weird reason they just like it. I mean, it looks more natural, I suppose. You know. Also, flash, less flash, better when it comes to flies. The more flash you have, and you think that the fish are attracted to, um, for all this glittery stuff, they don't. They get scared. So yeah, stuff that I've learned in fly tying, fly fishing. I try to integrate it to when I tie assist hooks, and I found that they actually work more. Um, so that's that. Carousel. That's kind of like the, what do you call this, Gumtree or Craigslist, right? Let me chuck the water. Kind of scared me to have a glass of water here and then spill with the electronics and all that. Um, like eBay without the auction, yeah. Um, Guys use flies with spinning gear there. Yeah, I mean they've tried. They are, Michael. The problem is if it's too much, it becomes unnatural, you know. And I mean, if you noticed with a fly, there's only a few strands of flash in it. And what it is just a glint. And where I positioned it is also kind of where the lateral line is, like that. But like this whole fly, and then it'll be shiny as hell. They're not gonna touch it, man. They're actually scared, and you literally can see them like booking when you're casting. Remember, for fly fishing, most of the time you're actually sight fishing, right? When you cast and then it lands in front of them and they see the glint, they book, man. But as soon as you actually cast a fly without flash, sometimes that's what they want, or very little flash. So yeah, I mean, that's what do you call this? That's something that fly fishermen and fly tires actually know, and it's a basic thing in fly fishing. So when you learn these things, that's when you actually kind of see, like, take for example lures, right? Hold on, let me get a lure. So here you'll see that even if it's shiny, it's actually subdued. It's not like super flash, you know see, it's shiny but it's not super flashy, right? So those are the types of lures that actually catch. So that's why sometimes when people say that, oh, the paint job is shoddy, it's not really nice, I just keep quiet and stuff, because sometimes even those little mistakes, these things would outfish the ones that look good. The ones that look good with fishermen aren't necessarily the ones that would catch fish. I feel it depends on how bright it is. Gold and silver spoons will work here when the sun is out. Yeah, look, um also kind of depends on, like, okay, for me, I've caught a lot of fish on tarnished spoons, more than brand new very shiny ones. Okay, so still, if you look at it, it's the same concept of actually having with super filled with flash and super without. You know what I mean? So I like my spoons, if you actually see them, I tarnish them on purpose. Or what I do is actually get a candle and like kind of coat them a little bit with what do you call this? So I have, in my experience, I have caught more with lures that are, no, spoons that are more subdued than like brand new ones. Brand new ones, I'd use them a few times before I actually catch a fish. I haven't really caught a lot of fish with brand new spoons out of the packet, like, super shiny. I haven't. I started trying to modify my ice fishing jigs, then got into fly tying for flies. I could tell how you work behind the vice. Keep up the good. Yeah, it's I think fly tying's it absorbs you. If passion, I guess. Share a video that lesser crystal flash, more sparse is better. Yes. Uh, over the years, I've just, and a lot of people in the fly tying world actually confirmed it as well. They share experiences and patterns in different situations. 90% of the fish you want to catch, you can catch on a clouser, okay? Clouser, minnow, a crazy Charlie, and a deceiver. Those three flies, okay? Those three flies would be able to catch 90% of what you want to catch. So, and these three are not that difficult to tie. Probably the three, the most difficult would be the deceiver. But these three, 90% of the fish that swim, you'd be able to catch with these three. Fishing in Malaysia, when fishing for Spanish mac, advised to use a shitload of crystal flash. Spanish macs and barracuda, I would say, you can get away with a lot of flash. If not just an all white fly, you know. But yeah, those are kind of different, because these guys, I would say, like, if you're on the flats, you know I'm trying to look for almost universal pattern concept that removes implement. Those three flies um, would work 90% of the places where you fish and the fish you go after. These three flies: a clouser, um, a Crazy Charlie, and the Deceiver. Those are the only three flies that you literally need to know how to tie, and they'll catch you like 90% of the fish that you encounter. 90% of the fish that you will encounter, Isaiah, you can catch on a Clouser minnow, a Crazy Charlie, and a Deceiver. Those three. Charlie, Deceiver, and a Clouser minnow. Okay, let me type that. Uh, Clouser minnow. Actually, the correct name there is a Clouser deep minnow. Okay, Crazy Charlie, and Lefty's Deceiver. Those are the three flies. As far as flash is concerned, um, on the flats and in shallow water, those three are specific patterns, dude. Those three are specific patterns. You know, the Clouser deep minnow, by Bob Clouser, Crazy Charlie by Bob Duenheim, I believe, and then the Lefty's Deceiver is by Lefty Cray. Those three flies will catch 90% of the fish you're after. Um, Shallow water, deep water. You know, I've caught like, and these three flies have actually caught like literally 90% of the fish that swims. You know, so for yeah, I mean those three. The Deceiver can be tied to imitate squid. It can be tied to imitate fish. Okay, colors, white, white. A white fly has caught the most fish ever, according to the IGFA. White fly, that's it. You know, a Clouser deep minnow in white will catch like literally everything and anything. Crazy Charlie is a small fly, but you can use it to be like a small fry imitation. It could be a crab, it could be a shrimp imitation. Deep minnow is the same thing. It could be tied to look like a shrimp. It could be tied to look like a, what do you call this? A fish. Very variable, you know. And then Clouser, sorry, Deceiver, you can tie it so that it would look like a shrimp. Sorry, a squid. You could tie it to make it look like a fish. So these between these three flies, you could actually have crustacea, mollusk, and minnows. What gear is best for inshore? Dude, it depends, man. You know, a 7 foot rod inshore game. A 7 foot rod, 4,000 sized reel. Okay, medium action rod, and you have 20-pound test braid. That'll catch you almost anything inshore. You know, and that's a general purpose rod. It's exactly like mine, what I showed. Like in one of the videos, I actually showed like, you know, fly gear. Uh, Inshore, 9 weight, 9 weight, 9 foot, 9 weight. You know, other people would actually say 8, but that depends on your casting skill. But a 9 weight for inshore fishing is a very good all around. On spinning gear, would slow retrieve work better? Presentation. For what lure, Isaiah? Um, if you're using flies on spinning gear, get a casting bubble, you know, or a casting egg. And then it depends on the fly how you retrieve it, you know. Um, as far as the speed is concerned, let the fish decide, dude. Let the fish decide on what they want, either a fast retrieve or a slow retrieve. They will respond, and you will know. Like, you, you know, it's 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 very difficult to say what's fast and what's slow because that's very subjective, right? Um, but let the fish decide. I mean, essentially, you're like fishing a tie rubber on the surface with this. You cast it out on a casting egg. Any thoughts on 34 edging rods? Freaking A, those are expensive. Yeah, really good. I've actually held them and played with them in Japan. They're really good. Um, Very specialized for edging, you know, not cheap. So I didn't get, I didn't buy them because they're kind of one dimensional for me. And they were kind of too short for my liking. So never really got around to get them. For flies, yeah, that's it. What I said, Isaiah. Let the fish decide. Um, I can't really tell you what's fast or what's slow. If you put them behind a, casting egg, okay, you cast it out, you retrieve it, you try casting on to a school. As far as flies are concerned, I would say that it actually depends on the fly, right? Because some flies, like take for example, a clouser, okay, if you actually retrieve it on spinning tackle quite fast, it will spin, and you don't want that. So you have to find the speed. The best way is to cast in front of a school and see if they respond to like a slow retrieve. And more often than not, for flies, when you're stripping them, it's not going to be a fast retrieve unless you're actually fishing for fast moving fish, where you actually do a two-handed strip, right? So fish like tuna, mahi mahi, marlin, um, what else did I did like queenfish to some extent. But majority of the fish I catch with a fly rod, it's just slow strips, because that also prevents the fly from spinning. So there are fish like tuna that really ignore the fly if it's moving too slow. Sometimes with queenfish also they get kind of nuts. So you cast out in front of them, they look at the fly, you strip it, nothing, but put the fly rod in your armpit and start, you know um, 200 strip, and then they just go bang. So let the fish decide. That's the best thing, man. you know uh, but yeah, I mean, different fish, different tastes. So it depends on the fish that you have in front of you. Let them decide. Sometimes they strike as soon as the fly lands, bang, they eat that. you know JC, again, going back to 34. A friend of mine had one or two. He loves them, but again, very specific. So especially for ultralight, I actually discussed this in the new video in the member section. I don't know if I think I have. Watch that, JC. And there's a reasoning why I actually prefer long rods, and it's something that oddly enough, it's something that I actually learned in fly fishing that I applied in my ultralight fishing when I'm fishing for the bigger fish. So something that's very important as far as details are concerned. You know, um, Michael. So you're starting to put together what do you call this? Fly fishing stuff. What brands are you looking at when it comes to like fly rods and stuff? My fly rods are old, so I haven't updated Or actually, there's no need because like the fly rods that I have, they're like they work well. I think I have one rod that needs to be re-guided soon, and that's my 5 weight. Um, that's gonna be a challenge. But my most favorite fly rod, or the most used actually, you know, after a long time of fishing the flats and stuff, I discovered that a 5 weight for me was actually like really good. It's kind of difficult to cast, especially when there's wind. So I still carry like a 9 or an 8 weight with me. But majority of the time I have like a 5 weight. Uh, I have a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So my smallest is actually a 5, right? So I have like all that. Um, and then from 10, 12, and I think I have a 16 for I was preparing to actually fish for tuna, big tuna, and I got that. I usually fish on jetties free, which is better. Yamaga Blue Current series or I would use a Blue Current hands down. 34 for 34 is I think it's too specialized for Aji, whereas the Blue Current is actually a bit more flexible when it comes to species, you know. And I've seen like a I've seen Kelvin actually manhandle a Blue Current, whereas a 34 wouldn't probably. I mean, Yamagas are built tough, man. So I'd choose a Blue Current over a 34 any day. I'd choose a Yamaga over like any of the. Even if 34 is actually a very specialized and very popular rod for Aji, I'd still choose Yamaga over that just because these rods are so fucking tough, man. I have a few Yamagas, and I put them in their paces for years, and, and holy crap, they're still around. You know, um, in one of I caught a shark in one of them, like the iron shooter. Shit, dude. Like honestly, like it's like I I have no words of praise left for Yamaga. They're actually like fucking so good. You know what I mean? There's literally no. Did I mag this? I think I did. Like literally there's no reason why there's like I hate the guy that distributes Yamaga. Oh, there is. Look at that. There's actually a magnet in here, so I mag this thing so it's easier to cast. Ha ha ha. Okay, that's kind of like a cheat. So yeah, even if I don't like the guy who distributes them, you know, until this day. And Kelvin's like, "Oh, dude, history. Why you still keep on, But yeah, even if I didn't like the distributor, I would always say Yamaga would be a really good choice over like something like 34. Just because I have the rods that I have with them, and no matter how I actually abuse them, still really good. So Yamagas are built tough, man. Especially like if you're fishing elsewhere and you're not fishing specifically for Aji, you know, there's no reason why you should be getting something else. My main page on YouTube is weird. I don't even know why I'm getting like weird shit like this. A Japanese restaurant serving giant monkfish have been in business for 193 freaking years. Wow. Nuts, man. Almost 200 years, imagine. Nice day. I can't access porn from here, buddy. I live in a Muslim country, you know, and there's only like what, two ISPs here, and VPN is actually illegal. So VPN is illegal. So why would I risk getting caught? You know what I mean? So no porn here. I'm pretty sure uh, others have found a way around, but jigging seminars in the Philippines, nah, too many experts there. They control everything here. Nice day. It's like Singapore. That's why this place is so orderly. You know, because the model for the country is actually Singapore as well. You know what I mean? So they're kind of like trying to be the Singapore of the Middle East. So and they have money. So it's like, dude, really, instead of actually fooling around, why? You know what I mean? Instead of actually trying to, all these freaking things, why? Just don't, man. That way you don't get in trouble, you don't get questioned, you live a better life and stuff like that. And there's been people arrested here for like some dumb shit. you know Rather fish. JC, you know what, if I did that, I'd probably just do it for people that I know that would be interested, instead of actually opening it up. It's crap, man. I'm telling you, when it comes to like the Philippines, there's too many experts. I don't want to like get into that crap, man. you know Too many critics, too many people that think they know better and shit. It's like, forget it, man. No, forget it. Like, I know that I shouldn't be like that, and I know that, um it's home. It should be like, but nah, no, thank you. It's probably gonna like, um make me get more stress trying to deal with people, and I know the attitude in the Philippines. Forget it. So nah. Probably, if like, take for example, say Cebu Tackle Shop, right? And I know that in Cebu there's a handful of people. So if the guys over at Cebu Tackle Shop would ask me, I'd probably do it. Or you know, probably in a place like Cagayan de Oro and stuff. But Manila, forget it. Too many experts. They know better than me, so they do their, they do their seminars, and I'll probably attend and watch because they're experts. You know, but nah. I'd rather do it in like the states, probably, where people would be more earnest and want to learn and shit. Overfished, Olango. Um, it's always been. But if you know how to fish the place, and if you actually know some spots, I mean, I caught like my coral trouts there. There are two of them in one day. I've caught, like, if you know how to approach the place, and I fished there without a fish finder and still catch. So if you just know how to deal with the current, if you know where to position your boat, and mind you, this is all pump boats and stuff, you'll catch. I'm not gonna say that Olango is actually overfished, because much of the deeper areas are not touched, right? So the shallower areas, man, they used to dynamite that place and all that. Casting from a pump boat once in Tingo, I actually, to my dad's surprise, right? To my dad's surprise, I actually hooked a kingfish, tangige. He was like, "What the fuck?" That was funny. And we were actually at the very tip, and we were drifting the shallow area, and I was casting towards the deep. And he was so surprised that a fish actually, you know, went after the popper. And he was and then when I got hit, the fish jumped, and he was like, what the hell? You know? So that was some years ago, though. That was like what, 2010? So he was kind of surprised, right? That they were like, what the hell, man? Of all the things to actually hit a popper, and he's not ignorant of what a popper is, right? Because ever since I was a kid, I would lathe the poppers, and he would see me play with it, right? But but you know, after not fishing with me for a really long time, and we were on the boat, and I was casting like this huge popper. I was like, what the hell are you trying to do? Scare the fish? Because it's like boom, 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 boom. Price to performance: Yamaga versus Ripple Fisher versus Sinek. Uh, Ripple Fisher is in a higher tier than Yamaga, and they're about the same level as Zinak. Zinak, uh, I wouldn't choose it over Ripple Fisher. So it kind of depends. They're all in the same. They're both in the same category. There's some Yamagas that are actually way up there as well. But I'll spend my money on Ripple Fisher. Um, Namely because a friend of mine who repaired rods before repaired a lot of Zinax because they broke. So as far as that's concerned, after seeing and hearing from him that there's a lot of broken Zinax, I just said like, yeah, fuck that, you know, Ripple Fisher all the way. So I have for Ripple Fishers, I have Runner Exceed and Ocean Ridge, I believe. Yeah. So yeah, here it is. And the other one's like right here, the blue. So I invested on this, and I'm quite happy. So the other one's a GT rod. I also use it for tuna, for bigger tuna and stuff. Um, you can manhandle these things and actually, not really worry about them. Same with the Yamaga, you can manhandle it, no problem. Zinak, they break. Um, Action wise, they're actually really good, you know. But price, let's say for price, Yamaga. The problem with Ripple Fisher is that if you there's a 1 year wait period for them. So that's kind of like a problem. Yamaga, I think for the value, and what you're getting. Ramaga and Ripple Fisher come from exactly the same place. Ripple Fisher is a small corner in the Yamaga factory. It's owned by the daughter of the guys that own, um, what do you call this? It's the daughter of the guys that own Yamaga. And Yamaga as a brand has existed for far longer. So, in effect, it's like Yamaga 1.5 or 2.0. You know what I mean? Zinac, uh, yeah. What can I say? They're good brands. They're a good brand as well. Can you please shed light on the lure rating differences in Yamaga rods, the jig weight difference, and the plug? Okay. A plug has a lot of air resistance. Okay, a jig does not. So when you're casting a plug, you'll see that the rod will bend more than when you're casting with a jig. That's why there's a difference between the recommended plug weight and the recommended jig weight. It is because of the air resistance when you're casting. That's it. So you'll find that, let's say, it says 130 gram jig versus 90 gram on a plug, some shit like that, you know. So that's it basically because of the air resistance that the plug creates. So okay, like that versus that, right? This less air resistance, but it's heavier. This more air resistance, but it's lighter. So the drag in the air is what makes the difference. So yeah, that's easily just that. I you know kind of you can picture it out, right? But yeah, just for clarity, that's that. Um, it's worth noting though that the weight that they put on the rod is actually a safety rating, right? Let me actually get this runner exceed. Okay, so this runner exceed is literally a plugging rod. There's a longer version of this, which is an 11 footer, and which I had the choice to actually get, and I didn't. I chose this because it's kind of like, you know, uh, easier to carry around. Like it's 10 feet versus 11. So meaning if it I got that, it'd be this one would be like, you know, have like 6 inches more, and sometimes when you take it in the car, kind of difficult. Okay, so this is the runner exceed 1003, and you will find that it's the example that I actually gave. So it's 130, right? It's 130 for the jig, and then 90 for the plug, and that is basically it. So but guess what, I was told that you can actually put more than 90. Okay, it's just that it's not like the safety level. So they actually put 90 there just as a precaution, because having 100 might be a risk, you know. But as far as the weight is concerned, if you put 190 130-gram plug on this, let's say, right, and then you cast it out, of course it can cast it, but you have to kind of do it gingerly. But let me show you something that would probably kind of put things in perspective. Okay, let me get something. Where is that thing? Ew. Man, when you're looking for something, right? Oh, here's the pliers. I was looking for this sucker. Okay, put it there. Where the hell is that thing? Hello. Oh, there you go. These were the jigs I was mentioning earlier. The stuff that I got in Japan. The what do you call this? The weird ass jigs. The tachiguo jigs. All right. Look, this is 150 grams. And this rod can actually cast this, I was told. It's rated for 130, but I can cast a 150-gram jig with it, they said. Okay, and this is straight from Yamaga. Now, okay, this is 90 grams. Think about it. That's not a small plug, dude. So the air resistance that this creates when you're actually casting it, you know, I was actually looking at my stash of plugs and stuff like that, and then, you know, so I asked the dude, like, what do you call this? What's the biggest that I can cast? Um, Kelvin, I asked because Kelvin's actually close to Yamaga and Ripple Fisher, and we were talking about this rod because he had this rod, and I said like, "What's the minimum that you would cast on the rod?" He said like 60 grams. Okay, so let me give you an example here. Okay, that's a diving popper. Okay, and that's about 60 grams. Okay, so this is the smallest that it could cast as far as plugs go. This is an 85 gram. And this again, this is something that I would be using with that 85. This is 85. 90. Look how big these things are, man. You know, compared to 150-gram jig. So the air resistance that these guys actually have is way more than this. So when you're casting it, you know, with the initial bend that you create on the rod when you actually load it, these will actually hyper bend it more than this because you know. Plus, remember that this, because of the weight and the transfer, it wouldn't be as much resistance also on the way forward. So, boom. Whereas this, the rod actually, because of the air resistance, the rod has to strain, and then bang. So that's all it is. That is all it is. Um, Unfortunately, you don't really see what do you call this? The brands actually explaining this. Your tips work well for freshwater fishing as well. There's no actually. Um, Fishing is fishing. You know, fishing is fishing, and whatever's applicable in freshwater is applicable in saltwater, and vice versa. Like removing treble hooks and adding single hooks and info and assist hooks is like it's physics, dude. It's physics. You know, that's it. And everything that I actually share, I I uh, I make it as objective as possible, A, and B, as scientific as possible. So it's not only something that um, it's not only something that I share because of my experience, but I make sure that it is repeatable. My pleasure, Boogeyman. You know, I mean, like honestly, these brands should actually be explaining this. You know, especially to the West. Unfortunately, believe it or not, most of these brands kind of don't care because they're actually looking at local sales more than anything else. Oh, um, some kingfish there now. Just be careful because I heard that the baladia is actually starting to bust people. So just be careful, man. Um, but yeah, there's some kingfish there. There's been a lot of pictures circulating online about like people catching fish there. That's cool. I really wish that Dubai made like a fishing pier. That way people can pay and actually go fishing there, rather than having them close all the areas off and then busting people up and stuff. Um, would be nice to actually have a fishing pier that you could go. Proper parking, all this. Uh, Malosi. The last trip we had with the tuna, we actually had a lot of Malosi lures. Yes, I've tried them. They're pretty good, well made. Um, I like jack fin more, to tell you honestly. I think jack fins are like really top notch, man. Just freaking expensive. But comparing the two, yeah, There's some Malosi lures where I said like this fucking makes sense, and there's no other brand that's doing it, especially the smaller ones. But like the big ones and stuff, yeah, there's some lures that are actually better. You know, there's some that they actually do really well. Like the workmanship on the lures is like pretty very good, man. Like considering that there's only two of them working out of the garage, like holy crap, that's like awesome. Um, but again, you know, um, there's better lures, but the smaller ones I really like. I think that's so fucking smart. Very smart. Ah, I can't wait for the weather to actually turn a bit better, and then have the kayak out. Um, Holy shit! I've been on for like 4 hours. Amazing, dude. I have to make like the video for what do you call this? Ultralight lures, and I have to dig up some lures actually for examples. So ultralight lures and the knots. So that's like what I have on the plate. But I think I'm gonna play a round or two of Valorant before I actually get into that, just to decompress or something. Ah man, I'm still at the one of the things that I'm thankful for actually going live right now and having you guys for company is like I'm still kind of depressed with what was happening with what happened you know yesterday, and that's the passing of Flip, one of my mentors. So depressing. Anyway, are there any more questions, guys? Otherwise, I'm actually going to end the stream. I need to work on some stuff offline. So if you have questions, go right ahead, and I'll answer them as best as I could within the capacity. I'm not too sure if there's like people who actually watch the stream who are not subscribed, but if you are not, subscribe to the channel, because there's a lot of stuff in the channel that you can learn from, I guess. You know, uh, a bit of question, but what workout is recommended for big game fishing, casting, and jigging? Running. Yeah, me too, man. Actually, I went on for like 5 hours, 6 hours one time, I think, in one of my very early ones, like testing things out and stuff. Um, yeah, nice day running. I'm telling you, running it would be the best because it gives you stamina, right? And running actually also helps like the whole of your body. Right now, I can't do it, so I'm just probably when the for me the most important would be the legs, because um, I have not actually worked on the video yet. This is why I want to get off stream so I could work on the video. But in the video where we were fishing, I was actually talking about how I fight fish, right? And then normally a lot of people would fight fish like pumping the rod and stuff like that. So I don't do that. So my elbow is locked, and then I fight with my knees, right? So I just bend my knee, and then the rod goes up, and then I reel. Um, so for me, strengthening the back muscles, the legs, that's what do you call this? Swimming, of course, it's a full body workout, right? But my arms don't pump the rod. The problem with with that is that you get tired, and that's not really an efficient use. Uh, it's not an efficient use of energy. Yeah. So legs, very important. That's why running is what I recommend, because it's strengthening the legs, right? Also your back, because you're running and it's always like bang bang, strengthening your back. So for me, it's um, always going to be the legs and back. The arms are there, but you're holding the rod, and there's really no pressure in the in the hands, because the more you grip your rod, the more you're actually going to get tired. So what I do is just hold the rod. The hand is just there to keep things steady. I used to smoke a lot. I used to smoke a lot, but then I had to stop because of my heart. Not good. Isaiah, thanks so much. See you. Abdul, electric reels, there's nothing wrong with it. If at your age, yeah, go ahead, man. um like shoulders, work out for shoulders and stuff. um it's mostly technique, not strength. So jigging, you know it's mostly technique, it's not strength. Casting, definitely shoulders. Definitely, so shoulders. I mean, look, when you're casting, right? So and I don't really use a lot of force when I'm casting. It's just technique, shoulders, just like that. um for jigging, it's still, you know so it's your upper arms and the biceps is like curling, like that. So that's your workout. But I mean, I only hold the rod and reel, right? And I think for modern style jigging, you don't really, you're just like that. Um, and you're not really lifting a lot of weight. That's why I think a lot of people are missing out, on how to work lures or jigs. Actually, like the new style jigs and stuff, right? The asymmetrical jigs. You don't really work them like, it's not like that, man. It's like more like this, and stop. It's really literally, it's like that. Ch- ch- You know, and the jigs do the work for you. The rod does the work for you. Every time I see someone actually, like, jigging so much, I just go like, wow, that must be tiring. you know It's- if it works for them, okay, but most of the time, if you have the right jigs, you have the right equipment, that's their job, to actually give the action. you know and I always tell people, like, when they see me, they go like, hey man, you think you're gonna get a bite with that? I just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just messing around, and then bang. Like, oh crap, I got lucky. Like the last time we were fishing, the captain, or one of the captains, really said, like, he was watching me in the first cast that I had on the second fish. The first cast I did was actually a long cast, and the second one was actually a closer one. And he was like, What?" And then before he knows it, bang. So it's not random. Even when you're jigging, dude, it's like, just take it easy. Okay, hold on. So I'll show you. It's literally like this. This is like the wrong reel. Yeah, it's the wrong reel, but it's the right size. So okay, so it's the right size for this rod. Let me fix this so that it doesn't. Move around a lot. You should have a spool belt, right? I'm too fucking lazy. Okay, there we go. So you have that, right? That's spinning. It doesn't matter if it's spinning or overhead, you just hold it steady with your arm like that. Okay, this one, I'm not gripping, and that's part of the secret. Okay, get it comfortable, and then when you're reeling, it's just, you know, it's not, oh my God, holy crap. Like, especially with the longer jigs, what happens is that if you're reeling it slowly and it goes up like that, okay, and you have a pause, it's actually the time when they slide. And if you have the wrong rod, it's not going to slide. That's why there's like, what do you call this? There's like rods that are labeled like one pitch slider, like from Huts, because the rod works for you, you know? So that's that. Um, so try it out. Nice day. When you go out fishing, try it out. Like, like the long rods, long jigs. Like, take for example, I don't know what brand there are. like what any asymmetrical long jig. There we go. Any asymmetrical long jig. Okay, so if it's a fast jig that looks like a slow jig, but thin. So those are mostly the asymmetrical fast jigs are like that. Something like Keitan also works. Uh, yeah, something like a Keitan works terrifically for this. Um, the pebble stick, from Shimano, or copies of that, which you have a lot of in Singapore, um, work really well with this. It's one of those slow jigs that you can actually fast jig with, as per design. But something that jig actually works really easy. It's why it's so good. You stop, and then it actually slides. So when you're working it, work it slow instead of actually working it super fast like a typical fast jig. Just work it slow, boom boom, and then pause, right? So like 1 2 3, and then pause, and the last you actually kind of flick the tip, boom, and then stop. Jigaro QR, yeah, you can do that as well. Although I haven't really used that jig a lot. Jigaro. But yeah, I mean, just at the very end of the third, this is what I do usually, like 1 2 3, and then the third I actually go like, I just go up, and then let it go like this, and then stop there, boom. And what happens is that that last flick would actually make the jig jump up and slide, and most of the strike happens in the pause. So you'd be surprised, but I'm actually surprised that people haven't figured that out outside of Japan. That you just take it easy, because like all these jigs, if you stop, they kind of and then slide on their own. Things like Cutlass would do that. Fast jigging style only works when the fish are actually frenzy, or when not necessarily. Frenzy would be on top, right? But not necessarily. I mean, like fast jigging, even when it's on the bottom, if their fish are actively feeding, um, they'll eat it. Like, um, that's a matter of actually looking for the right place and being there at the right time. Usually, when the current's really good, um, and then when the current is actually good is a very big factor. Okay, because current triggers the feeding, um, instinct of fish. You know why? The current, especially on a high tide, it's because of oxygen. Okay, it basically means that they can breathe easier without spending a lot of energy to breathe. Okay, because most fish, when there's less current, what do they do to be able to breathe? They swim, and they swim fast because predatory fish, like take for example tuna, they need to be able to travel their body length per one tail beat. Okay, imagine a tuna this big. Okay, where's the camera? Okay, imagine a tuna this big. Okay, like that. It has to swim that length per tail beat to actually satisfy its oxygen requirement. If they don't do that, guess what happens? They drown. And guess what happens when there's current? They actually can sit still or just glide, and they can breathe. Otherwise, they're going to have to freaking swim so fast to be able to get their oxygen requirement. And this is why currents trigger a feeding, not a feeding frenzy, but it triggers their feeding because it's the only time within the tide cycle that they would be able to swim and breathe easy. Otherwise, you're gonna have to move fast, and that's the reason why in you'll catch more fish in the tide change in the high tide, because on a high tide it carries more oxygen than it does when the tide movement on the low tide. Fun fact, boys. So I guess it's a factoid that's quite helpful. That's why I would always miss the low tide more than I would do the high tide. Like going up, I'm there. Going down, I'm probably at home. You know. Although I have to admit that there are some fish that actually bite better in the low tide. Fish like flounder, better than it going on the high tide. So kind of depends on the fish. But predatory fish like tuna, kingfish, barracuda, and all those other fish that are big and predatory, you'll find them more active on the high tide more than the low tide. Alright, all right, guys. I'm gonna end this and then start editing the video so you guys have something to watch for like catch and cook and stuff. Alrighty, thanks so much, guys. Again, for those guys who have not subscribe to the channel. Um, Hit the like button, uh, comment, subscribe, and those that are interested, join the members area so that helps the channel move and grow forward. Alrighty, that's it for now. Thanks so much for watching. Class dismissed.